Part 1. The Animal Experience. Animals live primarily anchored in the present moment, their existence governed by immediate needs and instinctual responses to their environment. They experience sensations of pleasure, pain, hunger and satiation without the added complexity of questioning their purpose or place in the universe. A deer drinking from a stream does not worry about whether it should be more productive or if it is fulfilling its potential in the forest ecosystem. It simply responds to thirst and drinks, alert to danger, but unburdened by existential questions about its role or worth. Lions do not experience regret about hunts from months ago, nor do they anxiously plan for retirement or worry about their legacy after death. Their suffering, while real and sometimes intense, remains connected to immediate physical experiences rather than abstract concepts or imagined futures. This simplicity of animal consciousness might appear as a form of freedom when compared to the human experience, where we often find ourselves trapped in cycles of rumination, anxiety, and planning that remove us from the present moment. Animals experience genuine suffering when injured or hungry, but they do not multiply this suffering through anticipation, memory, or imagination as humans invariably do. The natural world operates without the burden of self-consciousness, without creatures questioning their worth or purpose, without the weight of knowing their own mortality. This absence of existential awareness might represent a kind of happiness that humans have sacrificed in exchange for our remarkable cognitive abilities. Part 2. The Burden of Awareness. Human consciousness grants us the mixed blessing of contemplating our own mortality, a knowledge that often creates profound psychological distress. We alone among Earth's creatures can imagine countless futures that may never materialize and regret pasts that cannot be altered. Our minds constantly construct elaborate scenarios of potential failure, rejection or disaster before any action is even taken. We rehearse conversations that might never occur and relive embarrassing moments from years past that everyone else has long forgotten. This extraordinary capacity for mental projection and rumination has created entirely new categories of suffering that remain completely unknown to other species on our planet. Clinical anxiety, depression, imposter syndrome, and existential dread are uniquely human experiences that stem directly from our advanced cognitive abilities. Consider how many humans lie awake at night, their bodies perfectly comfortable, yet their minds racing with thoughts about work deadlines, relationship concerns, financial worries, or questions about the meaning of their existence. This distinctly human form of suffering cannot exist without our advanced capacity for abstract thought and self-reflection. Our awareness of time passing means we fear aging and death in ways no other creature does. We know that our time is limited, that our physical abilities will decline, and that eventually we will cease to exist. This knowledge creates a unique burden that animals, living fully in the present without concept of their inevitable end, simply do not bear. In many ways, the price of our remarkable consciousness is a persistent undercurrent of anxiety that colours the human experience in ways that animal life remains free from. Part 3. The Gift of Meaning. Despite these burdens, the human mind also gives us access to profound sources of happiness unavailable to other creatures. Our capacity for abstract thought allows us to create and appreciate art, music, literature, and culture in ways that generate deep fulfillment and joy. When we listen to a moving piece of music that brings tears to our eyes, or stand before a breathtaking vista that fills us with awe, we experience forms of happiness that require our complex consciousness to exist. These transcendent moments of beauty and meaning represent a uniquely human form of happiness. Our minds enable us to find purpose and meaning in our existence, creating frameworks of value that give structure and significance to our lives. Whether through religious faith, philosophical understanding, scientific discovery, or personal growth, humans create systems of meaning that can provide profound satisfaction. The joy of solving a difficult problem, of creating something new, of connecting deeply with another consciousness through conversation and shared understanding, these are pleasures unavailable without our complex minds. When we work toward meaningful goals aligned with our values, we access a form of fulfillment that transcends simple pleasure. Our capacity for love goes beyond mere attachment or instinct, incorporating choice, commitment, and deep understanding of another being. This complex emotional and intellectual connection creates a happiness of depth and richness that simple organisms cannot experience. The human ability to reflect on our lives and find patterns, lessons, and growth transforms even our suffering into potential sources of meaning and wisdom. This alchemy of converting pain into purpose represents perhaps the most remarkable gift of human consciousness. Part 4. Connection versus isolation. Our complex minds create a paradoxical relationship with social connection unlike anything in the animal kingdom. Human consciousness allows us to truly know another person, to understand their thoughts, feelings, and experiences in ways that create profound bonds. When we share our inner worlds with others who truly understand us, we experience a form of happiness that transcends physical pleasure or simple companionship. This deep recognition between conscious minds represents one of the greatest joys available to humans. Yet this same capacity for deep connection creates an awareness of our fundamental separateness that can lead to profound loneliness. We understand that no one can ever fully access our subjective experience, creating an existential isolation unknown to simpler organisms. Animals may experience momentary isolation from their herd or pack, but they cannot comprehend the philosophical solitude of being trapped within one's own consciousness. Humans alone bear the burden of knowing that even our closest relationships involve two fundamentally separate minds attempting to bridge an unbridgeable gap. This awareness has driven our species to create increasingly sophisticated forms of communication, art, and shared experience, all attempts to overcome the isolation inherent in individual consciousness. Our greatest works of art often represent attempts to convey experiences that words alone cannot capture. The digital age has amplified this paradox, connecting us globally while often leaving us feeling more isolated than ever. We can communicate instantly with people across the planet, yet find ourselves yearning for the simple, authentic connection that our ancestors took for granted. Part 5. The burden of choice. The human mind grants us freedom through choice that far exceeds what any other creature experiences. With this freedom comes a burden of responsibility and potential regret that represents another uniquely human source of suffering. Animals largely follow instinctual patterns, making choices based on immediate needs without contemplating alternative lives or paths not taken. A bird does not agonize over which tree to build its nest in, weighing pros and cons of locations not chosen. Humans, conversely, face countless meaningful choices throughout our lives, from career paths to romantic partners to moral decisions that shape our character. We understand that each significant choice closes off alternative possibilities, creating the potential for regret about roads not taken. The modern world has exponentially increased this burden through an abundance of options in every aspect of life. We face decision fatigue from countless daily choices that our ancestors never encountered, from which of 50 breakfast cereals to purchase to which of thousands of films to watch. Studies show that excessive choice often leads to decreased satisfaction rather than increased happiness, as we question whether we made the optimal decision. This phenomenon, known as maximizing rather than satisficing, represents a distinctly human form of suffering created by our analytical minds. The weight of major life decisions can create paralysis as we attempt to calculate unknowable futures and anticipate which path will maximize our happiness. This burden of choice and responsibility represents a psychological weight that simpler organisms guided primarily by instinct never experience. Part 6. The Technology Paradox. Our remarkable minds have created technological wonders that have dramatically transformed human existence in ways our ancestors could never have imagined. These innovations have eliminated many forms of suffering that plagued humanity throughout history. Modern medicine, sanitation, agriculture, and countless other advances have reduced physical pain, extended lifespans, and created material comfort unprecedented in human history. From this perspective, our intellectual capacity has clearly increased happiness by alleviating sources of suffering common throughout our evolutionary past. Yet these same technological advances have created new psychological burdens unknown to previous generations. Information overload, constant connectivity, comparison with idealized lives on social media, and disruption of natural sleep cycles represent new forms of mental stress. Our physical needs are better met than ever before. Yet rates of anxiety, depression, and loneliness continue to rise in technologically advanced societies. Our minds evolved for a world of immediate physical challenges and close-knit social groups, not the abstract threats and global comparison our technology now enables. The pace of technological change has far outstripped our evolutionary adaptation, creating an environment our minds are not optimized to navigate. We find ourselves constantly stimulated, rarely bored, yet frequently unsatisfied, as our attention fragments across devices and platforms. The very tools that promise to enhance our happiness by eliminating physical suffering have created new forms of psychological distress through their impact on our attention, relationships, and sense of self. This represents perhaps the greatest paradox of human consciousness in the modern age. Part 7. The Time Travelers. The human mind uniquely allows us to mentally travel through time in ways impossible for other creatures. We vividly remember past experiences and anticipate future ones, mentally inhabiting moments that do not exist in our present reality. This temporal flexibility of consciousness offers tremendous advantages, allowing us to learn from past mistakes and plan effectively for future challenges. Our capacity to anticipate future needs and prepare for them has been crucial to our species' success and survival. Yet this same ability often pulls us away from experiencing the present moment, where genuine happiness typically resides. While physically in the present, our minds frequently dwell in regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. Animals, lacking this complex relationship with time, experience reality directly as it unfolds in each moment. A cat sunning itself on a windowsill is fully present in that experience, not ruminating on yesterday's missed mouse or tomorrow's potential veterinary visit. Many human spiritual and philosophical traditions recognize this challenge, emphasizing mindfulness and present moment awareness as pathways to greater happiness. These practices essentially encourage us to temporarily set aside our time-traveling abilities and experience reality more like our animal relatives. The happiest human moments often occur when we are fully immersed in present experience, whether through flow states in meaningful work, deep connection with loved ones, or immersion in natural beauty. In these moments, we briefly escape the burden of time consciousness that typically accompanies human awareness. Part 8. The Comparison Trap. The human mind excels at making comparisons, a cognitive ability that has driven progress and innovation throughout our history. This capacity allows us to imagine better possibilities and work toward improving our circumstances rather than merely accepting them. Yet this same comparative ability frequently undermines our happiness by directing our attention toward what we lack rather than what we have. We constantly measure our lives against others, against our past selves, against imagined alternatives, and against culturally defined ideals. Animals appear free from this burden, experiencing satisfaction when their basic needs are met, rather than comparing their situation to others. A wild deer does not compare the quality of its grazing area to that of neighboring herds, or feel inadequate because another deer has more impressive antlers. Humans, conversely, can have abundant resources yet feel deprived because others have more or because we ourselves had more in the past. Our relative position often matters more to our subjective well-being than our absolute condition. Modern social media has amplified this comparative tendency by exposing us to carefully curated highlights of countless other lives. We compare our complete lived experience, including all its struggles and mundane moments, to the edited highlights of others. This incessant comparison represents a significant cost of consciousness, as we trade the animal's direct experience of sufficiency for the human's awareness of relative position. Our happiness becomes contingent not on meeting our needs, but on how we perceive ourselves relative to others. Part 9. The Search for Meaning. Perhaps the most distinctly human mental burden is our need for meaning, purpose, and significance in our lives. Unlike other creatures, we require not just physical sustenance and safety, but also a sense that our existence matters in some larger context. This search for meaning represents both a profound challenge and a unique opportunity for human happiness. When we find genuine purpose aligned with our values, we access forms of fulfillment and resilience unavailable to creatures without self-awareness. Throughout history, humans have created elaborate systems of meaning through religion, philosophy, community, and personal narrative. These frameworks provide context for suffering, guidelines for decision-making, and a sense of continuity beyond our individual existence. Yet this same need for meaning creates vulnerability when our meaning systems are disrupted by life changes, cultural shifts, or personal crises. The experience of meaninglessness represents a form of suffering unique to beings capable of questioning their purpose. Viktor Frankl, surviving Nazi concentration camps, observed that those who maintained a sense of meaning amid extreme suffering had better chances of survival. This suggests that meaning itself may be as essential to human flourishing as physical necessities are. Our capacity to create and discover meaning in our experiences, even painful ones, represents perhaps the most remarkable aspect of human consciousness. This alchemy of transforming raw experience into meaningful narrative may be our greatest defense against suffering. Part 10. The Double-Edged Gift of Imagination. Human imagination allows us to create entire worlds, scenarios, and possibilities within our minds, completely detached from present reality. This extraordinary ability has given rise to art, literature, scientific discovery, and technological innovation throughout human history. When directed toward positive possibilities, our imagination becomes a source of hope, creativity and progress, unlike anything available to creatures without this capacity. The ability to envision better futures and work toward them represents one of the greatest gifts of human consciousness. Yet this same imaginative power often becomes a source of suffering when directed toward negative possibilities or rumination. Our minds can construct detailed disaster scenarios that trigger genuine physiological stress responses despite having no basis in current reality. Animals respond to actual threats in their environment, but cannot torment themselves with imagined catastrophes, embarrassments, or losses. A rabbit feels fear when a predator approaches, but does not lie awake at night imagining all the ways it might be captured tomorrow. Humans alone can experience intense emotional reactions to events that exist solely within our minds, whether memories, anticipations, or pure fictions. This creates the possibility of suffering that is entirely self-generated rather than responsive to external conditions. Our imaginative capacity thus represents perhaps the clearest example of consciousness as both gift and burden, offering unprecedented creative possibilities while simultaneously creating unique vulnerabilities to psychological distress. Learning to direct this power wisely becomes essential to human flourishing. Part 11. The Wisdom Paradox. Human consciousness enables a remarkable form of meta-awareness, allowing us to observe and analyze our own thoughts and behaviors. This capacity for self-reflection creates the possibility of wisdom and personal growth unavailable to creatures lacking this awareness. We can recognize patterns in our reactions, identify unhelpful thought processes, and intentionally cultivate more beneficial mental habits over time. This ability to shape our own internal landscape represents a form of freedom and agency unique to beings with complex consciousness. Yet this same self-awareness often creates painful self-consciousness, as we become acutely aware of our flaws, mistakes, and limitations. We judge ourselves by internalized standards and often become our own harshest critics in ways that create significant psychological distress. Animals perform actions without the burden of self-evaluation, experiencing neither pride nor shame in their natural behaviors. A spider does not question the quality of its web compared to those of other spiders, or worry that it might be judged for its technique. Humans, conversely, perform many actions under the weight of real or imagined evaluation, adding layers of anxiety to experiences that could otherwise be approached with natural ease. This self-consciousness can interfere with performance and enjoyment across many domains of life. The path to wisdom often involves finding balance between beneficial self-reflection and harmful self-judgment, using our meta-awareness as a tool for growth rather than a weapon for self-criticism. This represents another uniquely human challenge on the path to happiness. Part 12. The Beauty Response. Human consciousness has evolved a remarkable capacity to perceive and respond to beauty across multiple domains. Our minds can be moved to tears by music, art, natural landscapes, mathematical elegance, or acts of moral courage. This aesthetic sensitivity creates possibilities for transcendent experiences and profound joy unavailable to creatures with simpler cognition. When we stand before a breathtaking mountain vista or lose ourselves in a moving piece of music, we access states of awe and wonder that represent uniquely human forms of happiness. Our complex minds detect patterns, symmetry, harmony, and meaning across diverse experiences, unifying them through our aesthetic response. A sunset becomes not merely a visual perception, but a meaningful experience imbued with emotional significance and sometimes spiritual resonance. Animals perceive their environments with impressive sensory acuity, but likely without the layers of meaning, association, and emotional response that characterize human aesthetic experience. A bird may have excellent vision, but likely does not experience the sunset as beautiful in the way humans understand beauty. This capacity for aesthetic appreciation enriches human experience immeasurably, offering sources of meaning and joy that transcend mere survival needs. Throughout human history, we have dedicated enormous resources to creating and experiencing beauty, suggesting its fundamental importance to our well-being. Our aesthetic sense thus represents one of the clearest examples of how human consciousness can create forms of happiness unavailable to simpler minds, offering transcendent experiences that many would consider among life's greatest treasures. This gift alone might balance many of the burdens our complex minds create. Part 13. The Empathy Dimension. Human consciousness enables us to imagine ourselves in another's position, experiencing their joy and suffering as if it were our own. This capacity for empathy creates the possibility for profound connection, compassion, and moral consideration, unlike anything possible for creatures with simpler awareness. When we empathize deeply with others, we expand beyond the limitations of our individual experience, temporarily transcending the isolation of separate consciousness. This connection creates a form of happiness built on recognition of our shared humanity rather than merely satisfying personal desires. Yet this same empathic ability exposes us to suffering beyond our direct experience as we absorb the pain and struggles of others around us and even those far away. A person watching news of distant tragedies can experience genuine distress through this capacity to imagine others' suffering. Animals show remarkable forms of cooperation and apparent concern for members of their group, but likely without the cognitive ability to truly imagine another's subjective experience. Their care appears based primarily on instinct and direct perception rather than imaginative projection into another's consciousness. Human empathy creates both heightened vulnerability to suffering and expanded capacity for meaningful connection, representing another way our complex minds both burden and enrich our experience. Our happiness becomes increasingly intertwined with the welfare of others as our empathic capacity develops. This empathic dimension of consciousness explains why acts of compassion and service often create more sustainable happiness than pursuit of personal pleasure alone. By transcending the boundaries of individual experience, we access forms of meaning and connection that simpler minds cannot comprehend. Part 14. The Narrative Self. The human mind constructs an ongoing story about who we are, weaving our experiences into a coherent narrative that gives us a sense of continuous identity over time. This narrative self-concept provides stability, meaning, and continuity that helps us navigate our complex social environments and make sense of our experiences. Unlike animals who likely experience life as a series of present moments without an overarching story, humans constantly interpret events as chapters in our personal narrative. We ask how experiences fit into our life story and what they reveal about our character, purpose, and direction. This narrative capacity allows us to integrate even difficult experiences into a meaningful life story, potentially transforming adversity into growth and wisdom. Many psychological studies suggest that those who can construct redemptive narratives from challenging experiences show greater resilience and life satisfaction. Yet this same narrative tendency can trap us in limiting stories about who we are and what we are capable of achieving. When we construct rigid narratives about our capabilities, worth, or potential, we may unnecessarily constrain our growth and happiness. Our stories about ourselves often incorporate cultural expectations, childhood messages and past experiences in ways that may no longer serve our present well-being. Recognizing that these narratives are constructions rather than fixed realities becomes essential for psychological freedom. The capacity to revise and reconstruct our personal narratives represents a uniquely human form of agency and growth. By consciously shaping the stories we tell about ourselves and our experiences, we can dramatically influence our happiness and sense of possibility. Part 15. The Burden of Knowledge. Human consciousness gives us access to vast realms of knowledge about the world, from the microscopic to the cosmic, from the ancient past to potential futures. This expansive awareness allows us to understand our place in the universe and the countless forces that have shaped our existence. Unlike animals whose awareness extends only to their immediate environment and experiences, humans can comprehend global systems, historical patterns, and abstract concepts beyond direct perception. This knowledge creates the possibility for awe, wonder, and a sense of connection to something larger than ourselves. Yet this same expansive awareness often brings knowledge of problems, dangers, and injustices far beyond our ability to address or control. We understand climate change, political corruption, economic inequality, and countless other complex problems without clear solutions. This knowledge, without proportionate power to effect change, creates a unique form of distress, sometimes called moral injury or compassion fatigue. We know enough to recognize enormous suffering, but lack the capacity to fully address the problems we can now perceive. Animals, limited to awareness of their immediate circumstances, never experience this disparity between knowledge and efficacy. A squirrel concerned only with gathering nuts for winter never bears the psychological weight of understanding systemic threats to its entire ecosystem. This burden of knowledge represents one of the clearest examples of how expanded consciousness creates new forms of suffering alongside its gifts of understanding and awareness. Finding ways to hold this knowledge without being overwhelmed by it represents a crucial challenge for human happiness in the modern world. Part 16. The Pleasure Paradox. The human mind's capacity for anticipation and memory transforms our experience of pleasure in ways both enhancing and diminishing. Unlike simpler organisms that experience pleasure only in the moment, humans can anticipate future enjoyments and savor memories of past ones. This temporal expansion of pleasure allows us to enjoy experiences before and after they occur, potentially multiplying their positive impact on our happiness. The anticipation of a vacation or special event often creates joy for weeks or months before the experience itself. Yet this same cognitive complexity often diminishes our experience of present pleasures through comparison, habituation, and distraction. We compare current experiences to imagined ideals or past pleasures, finding the present lacking even when objectively pleasant. Our remarkable capacity for adaptation quickly normalizes positive changes in our circumstances, a phenomenon psychologists call Hedonic Adaptation. A desired achievement or acquisition brings temporary joy but soon becomes our new normal, prompting the pursuit of ever greater stimulation. During potentially pleasurable experiences, our minds often wander to worries, plans, or evaluations rather than fully engaging with the present moment. This mental time travel reduces our capacity to fully experience the pleasure available in the current situation. The human experience of pleasure thus becomes more complex but not necessarily more intense or satisfying than that of simpler organisms who experience it directly without cognitive filtering. Learning to be more fully present represents an attempt to reclaim the direct experience of pleasure that our complex minds often obscure. Part 17. The Freedom Question. Human consciousness creates the subjective experience of choice and free will, regardless of ongoing philosophical debates about their ultimate nature. We experience ourselves as agents making decisions rather than merely responding to stimuli in predetermined ways. This sense of agency and self-determination contributes significantly to human dignity and potential happiness. Studies consistently show that perceived autonomy and self-direction correlate strongly with well-being across cultures and circumstances. When we feel that our actions flow from our authentic values and choices rather than external control, we experience greater vitality and fulfillment. This suggests that the subjective experience of freedom, whatever its metaphysical reality, remains crucial to human flourishing. Yet our awareness of choice also creates the burden of responsibility and the potential for regret in ways that simpler organisms never experience. We cannot easily attribute our circumstances entirely to fate or nature when we perceive ourselves as having chosen our path. The awareness of alternative possibilities creates the psychological burden of counterfactual thinking, as we imagine how life might have unfolded had we chosen differently. This capacity for regret and rumination about roads not taken represents another uniquely human form of suffering. Our experience of freedom thus represents both a crucial dimension of human dignity and a source of potential distress unavailable to creatures without our level of self-awareness. Learning to embrace our agency while accepting the limitations of our knowledge and control becomes essential to happiness. Part 18. The Social Mind. Human consciousness evolved in intensely social contexts, shaped by the demands of coordinating with others in complex group activities. Our minds are fundamentally social organs designed to understand, predict, and influence the thoughts and behaviors of other minds around us. This social intelligence creates unprecedented possibilities for collaboration, intimacy, and shared endeavors that generate meaning and happiness beyond individual capacity. Our greatest achievements and often our most profound joys emerge from successful coordination with other minds. Yet this social orientation of consciousness also creates intense vulnerability to social evaluation, rejection, and conflict. We monitor ourselves through others' eyes, adjusting our behavior based on anticipated reactions in ways that create significant psychological stress. The need for social belonging and validation appears hardwired into human psychology, making rejection or exclusion register in the brain similarly to physical pain. This sensitivity to social standing creates forms of suffering unknown to less socially dependent creatures. Our happiness becomes contingent not just on meeting physical needs, but on maintaining positive relationships and social status within our groups. The complexity of human social dynamics far exceeds the social structures of even our closest animal relatives. This fundamentally social nature of human consciousness thus represents another double-edged aspect of our minds, offering unprecedented connection and cooperation while creating new domains of vulnerability and potential suffering. Finding healthy balance in our social relationships remains crucial to human flourishing. Part 19. The Achievement Paradox. The human mind uniquely allows us to set abstract goals, pursue challenging achievements, and derive satisfaction from progress toward distant objectives. This capacity for intentional striving towards self-defined aims creates possibilities for meaning and purpose unavailable to creatures without this ability. When we pursue goals aligned with our authentic values and strengths, we can experience flow states of complete absorption that represent some of the most satisfying experiences available to human consciousness. The process of mastering challenges that stretch our capabilities creates a deep form of fulfillment beyond simple pleasure. Yet our achievement orientation often undermines present happiness by focusing our attention on gaps between current reality and desired futures. We become habituated to pursuing rather than enjoying, constantly moving the goalposts of what would constitute enough to be satisfied. Our minds easily fall into patterns where happiness becomes conditional, always projected into a future moment after some achievement rather than accessible in the present. This creates a hedonic treadmill where we exhaust ourselves pursuing happiness that remains perpetually just beyond reach. Animals appear to experience satisfaction when their current needs are met, rather than pursuing abstract notions of achievement or progress. Their contentment seems more directly connected to present circumstances rather than evaluation against imagined alternatives or future goals. Finding balance between the meaning derived from purposeful striving and the ability to find satisfaction in present circumstances represents another uniquely human challenge. The very capacity that gives our lives direction and meaning can also prevent us from experiencing the happiness available in each moment. Part 20. The Body-Mind Divide. Human consciousness creates a peculiar sense of separation between our mental and physical existence that shapes our experience in profound ways. We often perceive ourselves primarily as minds that have or inhabit bodies, rather than as unified living organisms. This perceived separation allows us to develop abstract thought, mathematical reasoning, and philosophical inquiry that transcends immediate bodily concerns. Our capacity to temporarily set aside physical needs in service of abstract goals or principles enables many uniquely human achievements. Yet, this same mind-body division often disconnects us from the wisdom and intelligence of our physical being. We override bodily signals of hunger, fatigue, or stress in pursuit of mental objectives, creating imbalances that undermine overall well-being. Animals appear to experience a more unified existence, responding to bodily needs and environmental cues without the interference of abstract thought or conceptual goals. Their movements, rest patterns, and feeding behaviors typically flow naturally from bodily wisdom rather than mental override. Modern humans increasingly live in environments where our evolutionary physical needs conflict with our mental pursuits and societal demands. We sit motionless for hours, engaging our minds while our bodies crave movement, creating tensions unknown to our ancestors or animal counterparts. Reuniting mind and body through practices like mindfulness, movement, and sensory awareness represents an attempt to heal this artificial division. Many contemporary approaches to well-being focus on restoring this integration as essential to genuine happiness in our increasingly cerebral world. Part 21. The Cultural Dimension. Human consciousness uniquely allows us to create, transmit, and inhabit shared symbolic worlds we call cultures. These collective meaning systems provide frameworks for understanding, belonging, and purpose that transcend individual experience. Our cultural inheritance gives us access to accumulated wisdom, practical knowledge, and artistic achievements of countless generations before us. This cultural transmission enables progress and possibilities far beyond what any individual could develop in a single lifetime. Yet these same cultural systems often impose restrictive norms, unrealistic expectations, and limiting beliefs that constrain individual flourishing. Many sources of human suffering stem from internalized cultural messages about success, appearance, sexuality, or social roles. Animals inherit genetic information, and learn from immediate observation but do not navigate elaborate symbolic systems of meaning and value. They remain free from cultural expectations about career advancement, body ideals, or status markers that create significant human distress. Our cultural immersion shapes our desires, fears, and self-concept in ways we often fail to recognize because they feel like natural reality rather than constructed meaning. Becoming aware of these cultural influences represents a form of freedom available only to creatures with complex self-awareness. The capacity to participate in culture while maintaining critical perspective on its influences represents another uniquely human challenge and opportunity. This cultural dimension of consciousness both enriches our existence and introduces new forms of constraint and suffering. Part 22. The Meaning of Mortality. Human consciousness grants us awareness of our own inevitable death, a knowledge that profoundly shapes our experience in ways unavailable to creatures without this understanding. We alone among Earth's inhabitants know with certainty that our time is finite and our individual existence temporary. This awareness of mortality creates the possibility for urgency, prioritization, and appreciation unavailable without recognition of life's limited duration. The knowledge that our time will end can infuse ordinary moments with poignancy and significance otherwise impossible. Philosophers throughout history have suggested that confronting mortality honestly creates the possibility for authentic living and appreciation unavailable to those in denial. The recognition of life's finite nature can strip away trivial concerns and highlight what holds genuine importance. Yet this same knowledge creates existential anxiety that can overshadow present experience with dread, avoidance, or desperate distraction. Many human activities and belief systems can be understood as attempts to manage or transcend the psychological burden of mortality awareness. Animals experience fear in the face of immediate threats, but live without the constant background awareness of their finite nature. They respond to danger when present, but otherwise appear unburdened by anticipation of eventual non-existence. Finding ways to acknowledge mortality without being paralyzed by its reality represents one of consciousness's greatest challenges and opportunities. This awareness shapes human experience at its foundation in ways both enriching and potentially overwhelming. Part 23. The Language Advantage. Human consciousness is uniquely shaped by language, giving us symbolic tools for representing, organizing, and communicating experience in remarkably precise ways. Through language we can share complex ideas, preserve knowledge across generations, and coordinate sophisticated collective activities. Language enables us to formulate abstract concepts, engage in logical reasoning, and develop technologies that transform our relationship with the natural world. This symbolic capacity creates possibilities for understanding and control far beyond what direct experience alone could provide. Yet language also introduces distortions and limitations by filtering direct experience through conceptual categories and cultural assumptions. Our linguistic structures often lead us to perceive reality in terms of fixed objects and separate entities rather than processes and relationships. When we mistake our linguistic maps for the territory they represent, we can become trapped in conceptual problems that exist only in language rather than reality. Many philosophical dilemmas and psychological conflicts arise from taking our linguistic constructions too literally. Language allows us to ruminate on past events and worry about future possibilities in ways that often disconnect us from direct present experience. Our internal verbal commentary frequently evaluates and judges experience rather than simply allowing it to unfold. This linguistic dimension of consciousness thus offers unprecedented tools for understanding and communication, while simultaneously creating new possibilities for confusion and suffering. Learning to use language as a tool without being limited by its structures represents another uniquely human challenge. Part 24. The Contemplative Response. Throughout human history, contemplative traditions have recognized the paradoxical nature of our complex consciousness as both gift and burden. These wisdom traditions developed sophisticated methods for working skillfully with our minds to reduce suffering and increase genuine well-being. Practices like meditation, mindfulness, and contemplative inquiry aim to bring awareness to the habitual patterns of thought that create unnecessary suffering. These approaches often focus on observing the mind's activities with greater clarity rather than being unconsciously driven by them. By developing meta-awareness of our own thought processes, we can recognize that we are not our thoughts, but the awareness that witnesses them. This shift in perspective creates freedom from identification with mental content that might otherwise create significant distress. Contemplative practices often cultivate present-moment awareness as an antidote to the mind's tendency to ruminate about the past or worry about the future. By returning attention to direct experience, these approaches attempt to recover the immediacy that our abstract thinking often obscures. These traditions suggest that happiness arises not from satisfying endless desires, but from transforming our relationship with our own minds. They propose that genuine contentment comes from understanding the nature of consciousness, rather than endlessly pursuing its objects. The existence of these contemplative traditions across cultures and throughout history suggests a universal recognition of consciousness as both our greatest gift and most significant challenge. Their insights offer potential pathways toward reconciling the paradoxes of human awareness. Part 25. The Creativity Factor. Human consciousness enables extraordinary creative capacities that transform imagination into reality through art, music, literature, and invention. Our minds can envision possibilities that do not yet exist and then bring them into being through directed action and skill. This creative dimension of consciousness generates some of our most profound experiences of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. When engaged in authentic creative expression, humans often report experiences of transcendence, flow, and connection to something larger than themselves. The creative process allows us to transform difficult experiences into meaningful expression, potentially converting suffering into beauty and understanding. Throughout human history, our greatest art has often emerged from engaging with life's most challenging aspects. Animals may build impressive structures and display remarkable problem-solving abilities, but they appear to lack the symbolic transformation and intentional expression characteristic of human creativity. A bird's nest serves functional purposes, but does not represent an intentional symbolic statement about existence. Our creative capacity thus represents one of consciousness's most extraordinary gifts, offering pathways to meaning and fulfillment unavailable to simpler forms of awareness. Through creativity, we participate in shaping reality rather than merely responding to it. This dimension of consciousness suggests that happiness may involve not just experiencing the world, but actively contributing to it through our unique creative expression. By bringing inner vision into outer reality, we access forms of fulfillment that transcend mere contentment or pleasure. Part 26. The Inner Audience. Human consciousness creates a peculiar doubling of experience as we simultaneously live events and observe ourselves living them. This reflective awareness means we often perform for an inner audience, evaluating our own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors as they unfold. This capacity for self-reflection enables crucial forms of learning, growth, and intentional development unavailable to creatures without this meta-awareness. We can observe patterns in our reactions, identify unhelpful habits, and intentionally cultivate more beneficial responses over time. Yet this same reflective capacity often creates painful self-consciousness that interferes with natural functioning and enjoyment. When too preoccupied with how we appear to our inner observer, we lose the spontaneity and flow that characterize our most satisfying experiences. Public speaking anxiety offers a clear example of this phenomenon, as our performance suffers precisely because we are thinking about our performance rather than simply engaging in the activity. This self-consciousness creates anxiety and inhibition unknown to creatures who act without internal observation. Many peak experiences and flow states involve temporary suspension of this divided awareness as we become fully absorbed in activity without the separate observer. These moments of unified experience often represent our happiest states, suggesting that our divided consciousness both enables and limits our well-being. Learning to use reflective awareness skillfully without being hampered by excessive self-consciousness represents another uniquely human challenge on the path to happiness. This balance between awareness and absorption remains unavailable to creatures without our complex consciousness. Part 27. The Moral Dimension. Human consciousness enables moral awareness, allowing us to evaluate actions based on principles beyond immediate self-interest or instinct. We can consider the welfare of others, contemplate justice, and make choices based on values rather than merely responding to desire or aversion. This moral dimension creates the possibility for virtuous action, integrity, and principles that give life meaning beyond hedonic pleasure or pain. Studies consistently show that living in alignment with one's moral values contributes significantly to psychological well-being and life satisfaction. Yet, this same moral awareness creates the possibility for guilt, shame, and internal conflict when our behavior contradicts our values. We alone can experience the psychological anguish of believing we have violated important principles or failed to live up to our own standards. Animals may show remarkable prosocial behaviors and apparent forms of fairness or reciprocity, but likely without the conceptual framework of moral principles or values. They respond to social norms without the burden of abstract ethical reasoning or the possibility of principled opposition to those norms. Our moral consciousness thus represents another aspect of mind that both enriches and complicates human experience. It offers meaning, purpose, and integrity while simultaneously creating new possibilities for inner conflict and psychological distress. The development of moral wisdom, finding balance between principled judgment and compassionate understanding, represents another uniquely human challenge on the path to genuine happiness. This moral dimension fundamentally shapes our experience in ways unavailable to simpler forms of consciousness. Part 28. The Laughing Mind. Human consciousness uniquely enables humour, allowing us to perceive incongruity, absurdity, and unexpected connections that generate laughter and joy. Our capacity to step outside immediate experience and notice surprising relationships or contradictions creates this distinctly human form of delight. Humour offers psychological release from tension, perspective on difficulties, and social bonding through shared amusement. Laughter provides physiological benefits while simultaneously creating psychological distance from challenges that might otherwise overwhelm us. Our ability to find humor even in difficult circumstances represents a remarkable form of resilience unavailable to creatures without our cognitive complexity. This capacity to transform potential suffering into amusement through shifted perspective represents one of mind's most valuable gifts. While some animals display play behaviors that may resemble aspects of humor, they likely lack the cognitive frameworks that allow humans to appreciate irony, wordplay, or conceptual jokes. Our humor often depends on layers of meaning, expectation violation, or narrative understanding that require complex consciousness. This humorous dimension of mind allows us to hold contradictions lightly rather than struggling against them, offering liberation from rigid patterns of thought. Many wisdom traditions recognize laughter as reflecting deep understanding rather than mere amusement. Our capacity for humor thus represents another uniquely human gift that can transform potential suffering into joy through the alchemy of perspective. This laughing mind offers pathways to happiness unavailable to creatures without our cognitive complexity. Part 29. The Integration Challenge. The complex architecture of human consciousness creates both remarkable capabilities and significant challenges for integration and harmony. Our minds contain multiple processing systems that sometimes work together seamlessly, but often conflict or compete for dominance. We experience tensions between emotion and reason, between immediate desires and long-term values, between social conformity and individual authenticity. These inner conflicts create forms of suffering unknown to creatures with simpler, more unified awareness. Modern neuroscience confirms this complexity, revealing specialized brain networks that process different aspects of experience and sometimes reach contradictory conclusions. Our subjective sense of inner conflict reflects actual biological divisions in our neural architecture. Animals likely experience more unified consciousness, responding to environmental cues and internal states without the divisions and contradictions that characterize human experience. Their behavior flows more directly from integrated processing without the inner committee debate that humans often experience. Achieving greater integration among these aspects of consciousness represents a central challenge of human development and potential source of increased well-being. Many psychological approaches focus on helping different aspects of mind communicate more effectively rather than opposing each other. This integration challenge suggests that happiness may involve not overriding certain aspects of mind in favor of others, but fostering dialogue and harmony among our various ways of knowing and experiencing. This inner peace represents a form of well-being uniquely relevant to complex consciousness. Part 30. The Balance Perspective. As we consider whether the human mind has made us happier than our animal relatives, perhaps the most balanced conclusion acknowledges both the extraordinary gifts and significant burdens our consciousness creates. Our minds offer unprecedented capacities for meaning, beauty, connection, and purpose, while simultaneously generating unique forms of suffering. Rather than evaluating happiness as a simple hedonic calculation of pleasure minus pain, we might consider the richness, depth, and significance of experience that complex consciousness enables. By this measure, human awareness offers possibilities for fulfillment unavailable to simpler minds, even while introducing new vulnerabilities. The happiest humans appear to be those who have learned to use their remarkable minds skillfully, directing attention wisely, questioning unhelpful thought patterns, and cultivating beneficial states. This suggests that consciousness itself is neither burden nor blessing, but rather a powerful tool whose impact depends on how we use it. Many contemplative traditions suggest practices for working with rather than against the nature of our minds, developing awareness of thought patterns without being controlled by them. These approaches offer potential harmony between the evolutionary gifts of basic awareness and the uniquely human capacities of complex consciousness. Perhaps the most meaningful question is not whether our minds have made us happier in some absolute sense, but how we might use the extraordinary capabilities they offer most wisely. The challenge becomes learning to navigate consciousness skillfully rather than being unconsciously driven by its habitual patterns. In this view, human happiness may depend not on having simpler minds like our animal relatives, but on developing greater understanding of the complex minds we have. By bringing awareness to awareness itself, we can potentially access forms of well-being that honor both our animal nature and our distinctly human consciousness. Part 31. The Nostalgic Mind. Human consciousness uniquely allows us to revisit cherished memories, creating a special form of happiness through the emotional resonance of past experiences. Our minds can transport us back to significant moments, allowing us to re-experience the warmth of childhood summers, the triumph of achievements, or the tenderness of connections with loved ones, now distant or gone. This capacity for nostalgia provides emotional continuity across our lifespan, connecting our present self with earlier versions in ways that create meaning and identity coherence. When we reflect on formative experiences or relationships that have shaped us, we access a bittersweet happiness unavailable to creatures without autobiographical memory. Research shows that healthy nostalgia often serves as an emotional resource during difficult times, providing comfort and resilience by reminding us of our enduring connections and capabilities. This psychological time travel can restore a sense of meaning and purpose when present circumstances feel challenging or meaningless. Yet, this same nostalgic capacity can sometimes trap us in unhealthy comparison of present reality against idealized memories, creating discontent with current circumstances. We may selectively remember the positive aspects of past situations while forgetting their difficulties, creating an impossible standard for present happiness. Animals likely experience only the faintest shadow of nostalgia, perhaps recognizing familiar places or individuals, but without the rich emotional tapestry and meaning-making that characterizes human reminiscence. Their experience remains primarily anchored in present perceptions rather than emotionally significant memory. Our nostalgic capacity thus represents another dimension of consciousness that offers unique forms of happiness while potentially diminishing present contentment through comparison. Learning to access the emotional richness of meaningful memories without devaluing present experience represents another distinctly human challenge. Part 32. The Homeostatic Happiness. The human mind contains sophisticated regulatory systems that continually seek balance and stability across physical, emotional, and social domains. These homeostatic mechanisms work largely beneath conscious awareness, constantly adjusting countless variables to maintain the conditions necessary for our well-being and functioning. When our homeostatic systems operate smoothly, we experience a baseline contentment and ease that requires no conscious effort or achievement. This natural equilibrium creates a form of happiness available simply through the absence of disruptive stresses or imbalances. Modern neuroscience suggests that much of our happiness depends not on constant stimulation or achievement, but on these underlying regulatory systems functioning well. Our nervous systems evolved primarily to maintain stability rather than to maximize pleasure, suggesting that balance rather than intensity may be central to sustainable well-being. Yet our complex cognitive capacities often interfere with these natural balancing mechanisms through worry, rumination, and artificial stressors that trigger physiological responses without resolution. When we remain mentally fixated on problems we cannot immediately solve, we keep stress response systems activated in ways that undermine homeostatic balance. Animals appear to return to baseline equilibrium more readily after disturbance, responding to immediate threats, but quickly resuming normal functioning when danger passes. They seem better equipped to maintain regulatory balance without the prolonged activation that human worry and anticipation often create. Understanding happiness as partially dependent on homeostatic regulation offers insight into why simplicity, routine and moderate stimulation often contribute more to well-being than constant novelty or intense pleasure. This perspective suggests that supporting our innate balancing systems rather than overriding them with excessive stimulation or cognitive stress may be essential to sustainable happiness. Part 33. The Social Comparison Engine. The human mind contains specialized mechanisms for comparing ourselves to others, constantly evaluating our position, performance, and possessions relative to those around us. This comparative faculty evolved to help us navigate complex social hierarchies and allocate limited resources in group contexts where relative standing often determines survival and reproductive opportunities. In ancestral environments with relatively small social groups and limited material variation, this comparative tendency served important functions without dominating our happiness. We could accurately assess our standing in the group and make appropriate adjustments to improve our position or accept our place within well-understood boundaries. Modern technology has fundamentally altered this context by exposing us to the lives, achievements and possessions of billions of people across the globe. Social media platforms in particular create unprecedented opportunities for upward comparison against highly curated representations of others' lives rather than their complete reality. This expanded scope of comparison creates psychological distress unknown to our ancestors or to animals who compare themselves only to immediately present others in their actual social group. We now compare our ordinary lived experience against a global showcase of exceptional moments, creating standards for happiness that no realistic life could consistently meet. Research consistently shows that frequent social comparison, especially upward comparison to those perceived as doing better, correlates strongly with reduced life satisfaction and increased depressive symptoms. Our comparative faculty evolved for a social world of perhaps 100 individuals, not a global showcase of billions. Learning to recognize and moderate this comparative tendency represents a crucial adaptation to our technologically expanded social environment. By consciously limiting comparison or directing it more intentionally, we can reduce a significant source of uniquely human suffering exacerbated by modern conditions. Part 34. The Attention Economy. Human consciousness operates with finite attentional resources that determine which aspects of potential experience become part of our subjective reality. What we attend to, literally, creates our lived experience, making the direction of attention perhaps the single most important factor in determining our happiness. Throughout most of human history, our attention naturally followed patterns aligned with our evolutionary needs, focusing on immediate surroundings, social interactions, and tasks directly relevant to survival and well-being. Our attentional systems evolved to track potential threats, opportunities, and socially significant information in our immediate environment. The modern world has created unprecedented competition for these limited attentional resources, with thousands of technologies, platforms, and messages specifically designed to capture and monetize our focus. We now live in an attention economy where sophisticated algorithms and psychological techniques constantly pull our awareness towards commercially valuable targets. This artificial direction of attention often prioritizes content that triggers strong emotional reactions, particularly fear, outrage, or desire, creating mental states that undermine rather than support well-being. Our conscious experience becomes increasingly populated with artificial concerns, extreme cases, and commercial messages rather than direct lived experience. Animals remain largely free from this attentional manipulation, their awareness naturally following patterns aligned with their immediate needs and environmental conditions. Their attention flows toward what directly matters in their lived experience, rather than being hijacked by entities with commercial or ideological agendas. Reclaiming sovereignty over our attention represents one of the most important adaptations to modern conditions and a crucial foundation for genuine happiness. By consciously directing our awareness toward experiences that truly nourish well-being, we can counteract a significant source of contemporary suffering and reconnect with more natural patterns of consciousness. Part 35. The Happiness Horizon. The human mind creates unique temporal dimensions of happiness through our ability to anticipate future states and derive present satisfaction from progress toward distant goals. Unlike animals who respond primarily to immediate circumstances, we can experience genuine happiness from moving toward valued objectives that may be months, years, or even decades away. This extended happiness horizon allows us to endure present difficulties in service of future rewards, creating resilience and purpose unavailable to creatures without this temporal projection. The medical student enduring sleepless nights and intense study can find genuine satisfaction in progress toward a goal still years in the future. Research in positive psychology identifies this future-oriented happiness, sometimes called purpose or meaning, as distinct from but complementary to present-moment pleasure or satisfaction. Studies consistently show that having meaningful goals aligned with personal values contributes significantly to well-being independent of momentary hedonic experience. Yet this extended temporal consciousness also creates vulnerability to forms of suffering when our goals are thwarted, progress stalls, or anticipated futures fail to materialize. Disappointment, regret, and disillusionment represent emotional responses to frustrated expectations that require complex temporal consciousness to exist. Our happiness thus becomes partially contingent on reconciling these different temporal dimensions, balancing present experience with future aspirations. When present moments are constantly sacrificed for future goals that continuously recede, we may accumulate achievements while experiencing little genuine happiness. This happiness horizon represents another uniquely human challenge, requiring conscious integration of immediate experience with longer temporal perspectives. Finding this balance allows us to harness the motivation and resilience of future orientation without losing the richness of present experience. Part 36. The Expectations Trap. Human consciousness creates elaborate expectations about how events should unfold, how others should behave, and how our own lives should progress over time. These expectations serve as cognitive frameworks that help us navigate complex situations and prepare for likely outcomes based on past experience and cultural learning. Appropriate expectations can enhance well-being by allowing effective preparation and realistic assessment of situations we encounter. When our expectations reasonably match reality, we experience the world as comprehensible and manageable, supporting our sense of efficacy and control. Yet these same expectational frameworks often become rigid requirements that reality must meet for us to experience happiness. When we hold inflexible expectations about how life should be, we create conditions for disappointment and frustration, regardless of the actual quality of our experience. This gap between expectation and reality creates suffering beyond the objective circumstances themselves. Research consistently shows that subjective well-being depends less on absolute conditions than on how those conditions compare to our expectations about them. Animals appear to respond directly to present conditions without the additional layer of evaluating those conditions against abstract expectations of how things should be. A sudden rainstorm prompts a deer to seek shelter without the additional distress of thinking, "This shouldn't be happening today," or "This always happens to me." This expectations trap represents another distinctly human form of suffering created by our complex consciousness. Learning to hold expectations lightly as useful guidelines rather than rigid requirements allows us to navigate reality more flexibly and experience greater contentment with things as they actually are. Part 37. The Identity Construction. The human mind engages in elaborate processes of identity formation, creating and maintaining concepts of self that profoundly influence our experience and behavior. We develop complex narratives about who we are, incorporating personality traits, group memberships, values, capabilities, and limitations into coherent self-concepts that provide continuity across time and context. These identity structures serve important functions, providing stability, guiding decision-making, and helping us navigate social relationships through relatively consistent self-presentation. A coherent sense of identity creates psychological security and helps us anticipate our own reactions and capabilities across different situations. Yet these same identity constructions often become rigid constraints that limit our flexibility and create unnecessary suffering when circumstances challenge our self-concept. When we strongly identify with particular traits, beliefs, or abilities, experiences that contradict these aspects of identity can trigger defensive reactions or identity crises beyond the specific situation. We often expend enormous psychological energy defending these identity constructions against contradictory evidence or potential threats. The emotional distress we experience when our competence, goodness, or other core identity aspects are questioned frequently exceeds the practical implications of the situation. Animals likely experience only the most rudimentary sense of separate selfhood without the elaborate conceptual structures and narratives that characterize human identity. They respond to environmental challenges directly without the additional layer of evaluating how those challenges reflect on or threaten their sense of who they are. This identity dimension of consciousness represents another aspect of mind that both stabilizes and constrains human experience. Learning to hold identity constructions more lightly, recognizing them as useful but provisional models rather than fixed realities, may increase both our adaptability and our happiness across changing circumstances. Part 38. The Happiness Paradox. Human consciousness creates a peculiar paradox wherein the direct pursuit of happiness often becomes an obstacle to experiencing it. When we focus explicitly on achieving happiness as a goal or state to be attained, we frequently create conditions that make genuine happiness more elusive. This paradox emerges partly because happiness typically arises as a byproduct of engagement with meaningful activities and connections, rather than as something that can be directly pursued. Research consistently shows that those who focus primarily on becoming happy report lower life satisfaction than those who pursue meaningful engagement without explicit happiness goals. Our self-reflective capacity creates this paradox by establishing happiness as a measurable internal state subject to constant evaluation. We interrupt potentially satisfying experiences to assess whether we feel sufficiently happy, creating a meta-awareness that interferes with direct enjoyment. This evaluative stance toward our own emotional states creates a gap between experience and the awareness of that experience. Instead of simply enjoying a beautiful sunset, we find ourselves thinking about the fact that we are enjoying it, or worse, wondering why we are not enjoying it more than we are. Animals likely experience states that we would recognize as contentment or joy without the additional layer of evaluating those states against conceptual standards of happiness. A dog romping in an open field experiences its joy directly without categorizing the experience or comparing it to previous or potential states. Recognizing this paradox suggests that happiness may come not from trying harder to be happy, but from engaging wholehearted with meaningful experiences without constant self-evaluation. By directing attention toward what we're doing rather than how we are feeling about it, we may create conditions where happiness naturally emerges as a byproduct rather than an elusive goal. Part 39. The Thinking Trap. The human mind possesses extraordinary capacity for abstract thought, allowing us to solve complex problems, develop theories, and create innovations impossible for simpler consciousness. This cognitive power represents one of our most distinctive capabilities and has enabled unprecedented control over our environment through scientific understanding and technological development. Yet this same thinking capacity easily becomes excessive and compulsive, creating patterns of rumination, worry, and overthinking that generate significant psychological distress. Our minds often continue processing problems long after useful solutions have been generated, creating cognitive loops disconnected from effective action. Research shows that excessive thinking, particularly analytical self-focus and problem rumination, correlates strongly with anxiety and depression across diverse populations. The thinking that makes us capable of remarkable achievements also creates vulnerability to distinctive forms of psychological suffering. This thinking trap manifests clearly in insomnia, where racing thoughts prevent the natural descent into sleep despite physical exhaustion. Unlike animals who generally sleep when physically tired, humans often remain awake due to mental activity disconnected from immediate circumstances. Many spiritual and contemplative traditions identify compulsive thinking as a primary source of human suffering, describing practices specifically designed to quiet the overactive mind. These approaches suggest that happiness depends not on thinking more or better, but on developing the capacity to think when useful and rest in awareness when thinking is not needed. This dimension of consciousness thus represents another paradoxical aspect of human experience, offering remarkable capabilities while simultaneously creating distinctive vulnerabilities. Learning to use our thinking faculty as a tool, rather than being used by it, represents another crucial adaptation for human happiness in the modern world. Part 40. The Emotional Complexity. The human mind enables emotional experiences of extraordinary depth, subtlety, and complexity compared to the simpler affective responses of other creatures. We experience not only basic emotions like fear, anger, and joy, but also complex emotional states like nostalgia, ambivalence, bittersweet longing, and existential awe. This emotional sophistication creates possibilities for profound appreciation, connection, and meaning unavailable to beings with simpler affective systems. The complex joy of witnessing a child overcome a challenge, the poignant bittersweetness of a graduation ceremony, or the mixture of awe and insignificance felt beneath a star-filled sky represent uniquely human emotional experiences. Our capacity for emotional nuance allows us to find meaning and value even in difficult experiences, transforming pain into growth, loss into appreciation, and challenge into purpose. This emotional alchemy represents one of consciousness's most remarkable capacities, and a primary source of distinctly human resilience. Yet this same emotional complexity creates vulnerabilities to distinctive forms of suffering unknown to creatures with simpler affective responses. We experience emotional contradictions, conflicts between feelings and values, anticipatory emotions about imagined futures, and elaborate emotional reactions to symbolic rather than physical threats. Our capacity for emotional self-awareness adds another layer of complexity as we develop feelings about our feelings, like shame about anger or anxiety about sadness. These meta-emotional responses often amplify suffering beyond the initial emotional reaction, creating cascading patterns of distress. This emotional dimension thus represents another aspect of consciousness that both enriches and complicates human experience. Developing emotional wisdom, the capacity to experience our full emotional range without being overwhelmed or controlled by it, represents another crucial element of human happiness. Part 41. The Digital Distortion. Human consciousness now operates in an environment radically different from the one in which it evolved, with digital technology creating unprecedented influences on our mental experience. Our minds, evolved for direct interaction with the physical world and immediate social groups, now navigate virtual realms, populated by unlimited information and global social networks. This technological transformation offers extraordinary benefits, including instant access to humanity's accumulated knowledge, connection across vast distances, and opportunities for learning, creation, and cooperation impossible in earlier eras. From this perspective, digital technology represents an unprecedented expansion of human capability and potential happiness. Yet these same technologies have created new forms of psychological distress by exposing minds evolved for local, immediate interaction to global, constant stimulation. Information overload, addiction to variable reward mechanisms, comparison with idealized representations, and continuous partial attention represent distinctly modern forms of suffering. Our capacity for deep focus, sustained attention, and natural thought rhythms becomes compromised in environments designed to maximize engagement through constant novelty and stimulation. The technologies that extend our capabilities simultaneously fragment our attention and disrupt the mental conditions that support genuine well-being. Animals remain largely immune to these digital distortions, their consciousness continuing to operate in the immediate physical environment without the artificial extension and fragmentation that technology creates for humans. Their attentional systems remain aligned with their evolutionary design, rather than being hijacked by artificial stimuli specifically engineered to capture and hold focus. Adapting consciousness to this new technological ecosystem represents a crucial challenge for contemporary human happiness. Developing wise relationships with digital technology, using it as a tool that enhances rather than diminishes our mental experience, requires intentional practices and boundaries unavailable through default engagement. Part 42. The Need for Transcendence. Human consciousness uniquely seeks connection to something larger than our individual existence, yearning for experiences that transcend the boundaries of separate selfhood. Throughout history and across cultures, humans have pursued transcendent experiences through religion, nature, art, collective ritual, psychedelics, and contemplative practices. This transcendent dimension of experience offers profound forms of happiness characterized by feelings of connection, expansion, meaning, and release from the confines of ordinary self-concern. When we experience states of awe, flow, mystical union, or profound love, We temporarily transcend the limitations of separate identity that normally constrain consciousness. Research increasingly confirms the psychological benefits of these transcendent experiences, showing correlations with increased well-being, reduced fear of death, greater compassion, and enhanced sense of meaning and purpose. These states appear to satisfy something fundamental in human psychology that mere comfort, pleasure, or achievement cannot fulfill. Yet modern secular societies often lack established pathways to these transcendent dimensions of experience, creating a spiritual hunger amid material plenty. The decline of traditional religious participation without corresponding increases in secular forms of transcendence may partially explain rising rates of meaninglessness and existential distress. Animals, while fully engaged with their immediate experience, likely lack the self-reflective consciousness that creates both the confines of separate selfhood and the yearning to transcend those boundaries. Their consciousness, never having constructed the complex separate self that humans experience, has no need to escape its limitations through transcendent experience. This transcendent dimension suggests that complete human happiness may require not just satisfaction of physical needs and social belonging, but also periodic experiences that connect individual consciousness to something larger than itself. Finding healthy, accessible pathways to transcendent experience represents another crucial adaptation to the psychological demands of contemporary human existence. Part 43. The Double-Edged Rationality. Human consciousness has developed extraordinary powers of logical analysis, allowing us to understand causal relationships, make predictions, and solve complex problems through rational thought. This rational faculty has enabled unprecedented technological development, scientific understanding, and control over our environment. Yet this same rational capacity often becomes overextended, applied to domains of experience where other forms of knowing might better serve our well-being. Emotions, relationships, values and meaning often resist purely rational analysis, creating distress when we attempt to force these aspects of experience into logical frameworks. Our rational minds evolved primarily to solve practical problems in the external world, not to analyze our own internal experience or determine what gives life meaning. When directed toward questions of purpose, identity, or emotional life, rational analysis often creates more confusion than clarity. This overextension of rationality appears especially prominent in modern Western cultures, where logical analysis is often privileged above other ways of knowing like intuition, embodied wisdom, or relational understanding. This imbalance creates distinctive forms of suffering as we attempt to rationally control aspects of experience that naturally unfold according to different principles. Animals operate with forms of intelligence perfectly suited to their environmental challenges without the burden of excessive rationality. Their decision-making integrates sensory information, emotional response, and instinctual wisdom without the analytical overlay that often complicates human experience. Developing wisdom about when to employ rational analysis and when to engage other forms of knowing represents another crucial dimension of human happiness. By recognizing the proper domain and limitations of rational thought, we can use this remarkable faculty without being limited by its inherent constraints. Part 44. The Cultural Programming. Human consciousness develops within specific cultural contexts that powerfully shape our perceptions, values, desires, and sense of self. From earliest childhood, we internalize cultural messages about what constitutes success, beauty, appropriate behavior, and meaningful life in ways that fundamentally structure our experience. This cultural programming serves important functions, providing shared frameworks of meaning and value that enable social coordination and transmission of accumulated wisdom. Cultural inheritance gives us access to collective knowledge far beyond what any individual could develop independently. Yet these same cultural frameworks often contain assumptions and values that create unnecessary suffering when internalized without conscious examination. Many sources of contemporary distress stem from cultural messages that link happiness to achievement, appearance, wealth, or social status in ways unsupported by actual research on well-being. While animals are shaped by their environments, they lack the symbolic cultural systems that create additional layers of programming beyond direct experience and natural instinct. A wolf never worries about career advancement, retirement planning, or whether it has achieved enough to be considered successful by its peers. One of the most remarkable capacities of human consciousness is our ability to recognize and question the cultural programming we have internalized. This metacultural awareness allows us to examine which aspects of our inherited frameworks actually contribute to well-being and which create unnecessary suffering. Developing this conscious relationship with our cultural inheritance represents another uniquely human dimension of happiness. By neither rejecting culture entirely nor accepting it unconsciously, we can retain its benefits while liberating ourselves from its more problematic aspects. Part 45. The Authenticity Struggle. Human consciousness creates the possibility for alignment or misalignment between our external behavior and our internal values, creating the distinctly human concern with authenticity. We can experience ourselves as living in accordance with our deepest values or as compromising them for external rewards, social approval, or conflict avoidance. Research consistently shows strong correlations between perceived authenticity and psychological well-being across diverse populations and cultural contexts. When we feel we're expressing our genuine values through our choices and actions, we experience greater vitality, meaning and satisfaction regardless of external outcomes. Yet the complex demands of modern social and economic systems often create pressure toward inauthenticity, requiring behaviors that conflict with internal values for survival, advancement, or acceptance. Many people experience their work roles, social personas, or family obligations as requiring a departure from their authentic self-expression. This authenticity struggle creates forms of inner conflict and distress unknown to creatures whose behavior flows directly from instinct and immediate response without the mediating layer of conscious values. A bird building its nest never questions whether this activity aligns with its authentic nature or represents a compromise of its true self. The capacity to recognize inauthenticity in our lives represents both a source of potential suffering and an opportunity for growth and realignment. This awareness creates the possibility for conscious choices that bring our external lives into greater harmony with our internal values. This authenticity dimension thus represents another aspect of consciousness that creates both distinctive challenges and opportunities for human happiness. Finding ways to honor our authentic values within the constraints of social reality represents a uniquely human challenge that shapes our potential for genuine well-being. Part 46. The Gratitude Dimension. Human consciousness enables a remarkable form of happiness through our capacity for conscious gratitude, the ability to recognize and appreciate the value in our experience. Unlike simpler forms of satisfaction based on need fulfillment, gratitude involves explicit recognition of benefits received and meaning found in our lives. Research consistently identifies gratitude as one of the strongest predictors of psychological well-being, correlating with greater happiness, improved health outcomes, and enhanced resilience across diverse populations. This conscious appreciation appears to transform ordinary experience into a source of genuine contentment beyond mere satisfaction of desires. Gratitude involves cognitive elements unavailable to creatures without complex consciousness, including counterfactual thinking, recognition of dependency, and awareness of non-necessity. We experience gratitude partly through recognizing that things could be otherwise, that benefits often come through others, and that much of what we value is not guaranteed. This capacity allows us to derive happiness not just from what we have, but from our awareness of having it, creating a second-order appreciation that amplifies primary experience. The same meal can provide simple satisfaction to one person and profound gratitude to another, depending not on the food itself, but on the consciousness that receives it. Animals likely experience satisfaction when needs are met, but without the reflective awareness that transforms satisfaction into gratitude. A satisfied animal simply moves on to the next activity, while a grateful human dwells in appreciation that enriches experience beyond its objective properties. This gratitude dimension represents one of the clearest examples of how consciousness can transform identical external circumstances into greater happiness through attention and interpretation. By developing our capacity for conscious gratitude, we access forms of happiness that depend not on changing circumstances, but on changing relationship to those circumstances. Part 47. The Hedonic Adaptation. Human consciousness contains remarkable adaptive mechanisms that adjust our expectations and perceptions to maintain relatively stable emotional states despite changing external circumstances. This hedonic adaptation allows us to adjust to both positive and negative changes, returning toward baseline happiness levels after initial emotional reactions to new conditions. This adaptive capacity serves important functions, preventing us from becoming permanently devastated by setbacks or endlessly distracted by achievements. By recalibrating our emotional response systems to new normals, adaptation allows us to remain responsive to current challenges and opportunities rather than fixating on past changes. Yet this same adaptive tendency creates what researchers call the hedonic treadmill, where improvements in objective circumstances produce only temporary increases in subjective well-being. Promotions, purchases, relationship milestones, and achievements that we expect to permanently increase happiness often deliver only temporary emotional boosts before adaptation occurs. This adaptation occurs not only to pleasures, but also to meanings, as activities and relationships that once felt deeply significant can gradually become routine through familiarity. This meaning adaptation helps explain why the pursuit of happiness through external achievements or acquisitions often yields diminishing returns over time. Animals likely experience simpler forms of adaptation, but without the additional layer of expectation and meaning that characterizes human adaptive processes. Their adaptive systems respond primarily to immediate physical conditions rather than abstract assessments of life quality or achievement. Understanding this hedonic adaptation suggests that sustainable happiness may depend less on seeking ever-increasing stimulation than on finding ways to appreciate ordinary experience through fresh awareness. Practices that interrupt adaptation by renewing attention and awareness may prove more effective than constant pursuit of novel circumstances or achievements. Part 48. The Meaning Matrix. Human consciousness creates and inhabits complex networks of meaning that transform neutral events into significant experiences laden with personal and cultural significance. We perceive not just physical realities, but interpretive frameworks that determine how those realities matter to us and what they signify in the larger context of our lives. This meaning-making capacity allows us to transform potential suffering into growth, random occurrences into signs or opportunities, and ordinary actions into rituals with deeper significance. Through this alchemical process, consciousness creates value and purpose beyond the objective properties of our circumstances. Research across diverse fields suggests that perceived meaningfulness contributes to happiness independently of hedonic pleasure, creating a distinct dimension of well-being, sometimes called eudaimonic happiness. People often report their most meaningful experiences as challenging or even painful in the moment, yet deeply valuable in their larger life narrative. Yet this same meaning-making capacity creates vulnerability when our meaning systems are disrupted by experiences that challenge their foundational assumptions. Events like unexpected loss, betrayal, or failure can create not just immediate pain, but deeper crises of meaning that shake our basic understanding of how life works and what matters. Animals experience their world directly without these interpretive meaning frameworks, responding to immediate conditions rather than their significance within larger narrative structures. A predator's attack represents an immediate threat to be escaped rather than a challenge to fundamental assumptions about fairness, purpose, or identity. This meaning dimension represents another aspect of consciousness that both enriches and complicates human experience. Developing resilient yet flexible meaning systems that can accommodate life's inevitable uncertainties and changes represents another crucial element of human happiness. Part 49. The Consciousness Paradox. Perhaps the most profound paradox of human consciousness lies in its simultaneous experience of remarkable capabilities and fundamental limitations. Our minds can contemplate infinity, imagine alternative realities, and create extraordinary works of science and art, yet remain confined within the limitations of embodied experience and finite understanding. This tension between transcendent capacity and inherent limitation creates a distinctive form of existential discomfort, largely unavailable to creatures without complex self-awareness. We alone can recognize the gap between our aspirations toward unlimited understanding and the constraints of our actual cognitive capabilities. Throughout human history, this paradox has motivated philosophical, scientific and spiritual exploration, as we attempt to extend the boundaries of understanding while reconciling ourselves to their inevitability. Our greatest intellectual and creative achievements often emerge from this productive tension between what we can conceive and what we can comprehend. Yet this same paradoxical awareness creates vulnerabilities to distinctive forms of suffering, including existential anxiety, cosmic insignificance, and the vertigo of contemplating our own mortality and limitations. The mind that can conceive of perfection must live with the recognition of its own imperfection, creating a gap unavailable to simpler consciousness. Animals, operating within their capacities without awareness of their limitations, experience neither the creative tension nor the existential distress that this paradox creates for humans. Their consciousness remains properly fitted to its evolutionary purpose without the self-reflective awareness that creates both human greatness and distinctive suffering. This fundamental paradox suggests that complete resolution of human suffering through consciousness alone may remain eternally beyond reach. Perhaps wisdom lies not in escaping this tension, but in dancing with it creatively, using the friction between capacity and limitation as the generative force behind our uniquely human forms of meaning and achievement. Part 50. The Nature Reconnection. Human consciousness evolved in intimate connection with the natural world, our minds developing in constant interaction with landscapes, seasons, plants, animals, and elemental forces. Our perceptual systems, emotional responses, and cognitive capacities took shape in this environmental context long before the constructed environments that now dominate modern experience. Research increasingly confirms that reconnection with natural environments produces significant benefits for psychological well-being across diverse populations. Exposure to natural settings reliably reduces stress hormones, improves mood, enhances cognitive function, and increases reported life satisfaction compared to equivalent time in built environments. These benefits appear to operate through multiple channels, including sensory richness, attention restoration, profound relatedness, and alignment with evolutionarily familiar patterns. Nature provides forms of stimulation for which our perceptual systems evolved, creating a state of engaged ease unavailable in many artificial environments. Modern urban environments and digital experiences, while offering important benefits, often create patterns of stimulation mismatched with our evolved perceptual and emotional needs. The constant directed attention required by traffic, screens, and urban navigation depletes cognitive resources without providing the restorative patterns found in natural settings. Animals remain embedded in the environmental contexts for which their consciousness evolved, their perceptual systems and responses well matched to their surroundings. A squirrel in a forest experiences harmony between internal capacities and environmental demands that humans in artificial environments increasingly lack. This nature dimension suggests that human happiness may depend partly on maintaining connection with the environmental contexts in which our consciousness evolved. By regularly returning to natural settings, we may provide our minds with patterns of stimulation and rest essential for psychological well-being, yet increasingly absent from modern life. Part 51. The Synthetic Happiness. Human consciousness possesses remarkable capability to generate happiness through internal processes rather than external circumstances alone. Research consistently shows that objective life conditions account for a surprisingly small percentage of variance in reported happiness across individuals and populations. Our minds can create positive emotional states through reframing experiences, finding meaning in difficulties, adjusting expectations, practicing gratitude, and directing attention toward positive aspects of experience. This capacity for what researchers sometimes call synthetic happiness creates a form of well-being generated internally rather than dependent on external events. Studies of people facing significant adversity, including health challenges, imprisonment, or disability, often find much smaller decreases in happiness than would be predicted based on objective circumstances. This resilience stems largely from our capacity to reinterpret experiences and find meaning even in challenging situations. This synthetic capability creates a unique form of freedom, unavailable to creatures whose happiness depends more directly on immediate circumstances. While external conditions certainly influence our happiness, our interpretations of and responses to those conditions often matter more than the conditions themselves. Animals likely experience contentment when needs are met and distress when threatened, without the additional layer of interpretation that allows humans to find happiness despite adversity or suffer despite favorable conditions. Their emotional states appear more directly coupled to environmental conditions than the partially self-generated states that humans experience. This capacity for synthetic happiness represents one of consciousness's most remarkable gifts, offering pathways to well-being even when circumstances cannot be immediately changed. By developing this internal capability, we access forms of resilience and contentment that transcend the limitations of external conditions. Part 52. The Self-Regulation Challenge. Human consciousness enables extraordinary capacities for self-regulation, allowing us to override immediate impulses in service of longer-term goals and values. This regulatory ability distinguishes human behavior from the more immediate stimulus-response patterns characteristic of simpler consciousness. When functioning well, these self-regulatory systems allow us to maintain balance across physical, emotional, social, and cognitive domains despite changing circumstances and competing demands. This capacity creates forms of freedom and achievement unavailable to creatures more directly driven by immediate impulses and environmental cues. Yet contemporary environments often place unprecedented demands on these regulatory systems, requiring constant inhibition of impulses triggered by artificial stimuli specifically designed to capture attention and generate desire. Food engineered for maximum palatability, entertainment optimized for compulsive engagement, and social media designed for continuous checking all tax regulatory resources beyond their evolved capacity. This regulatory overload contributes to distinctive modern pathologies including addictive behaviors, attention problems, emotion regulation difficulties, and impulse control disorders. The same consciousness that enables self-regulation becomes exhausted by constant demands for inhibition and control in environments mismatched with its evolved capacity. Animals in their natural environments rarely face regulatory demands exceeding their evolved capacity, their behaviors naturally aligned with environmental affordances and biological needs. A squirrel storing nuts for winter exercises impulse control perfectly calibrated to its circumstances without the additional burden of resisting artificial supernormal stimuli. This regulatory dimension suggests that happiness may depend not just on strengthening willpower, but on creating environments that support, rather than constantly challenge, our evolved regulatory capacity. By designing contexts that allow regulatory systems to operate within their optimal range, rather than constant emergency override, we may enhance well-being without exhausting consciousness through perpetual self-control. Part 53. The Wisdom of Uncertainty. Human consciousness uniquely grapples with fundamental uncertainty about our origins, purpose, and the ultimate nature of reality. Unlike other creatures who operate within the given parameters of their existence without questioning them, we confront profound questions about why we exist and what it all means. Throughout history, humans have developed elaborate systems of belief, philosophy, and science, attempting to resolve this uncertainty and provide definitive answers to these fundamental questions. These frameworks offer provisional certainty that can reduce existential anxiety and provide direction amid life's inherent ambiguity. Yet genuine wisdom may involve not eliminating uncertainty but developing a different relationship with it, recognizing ambiguity and mystery as inherent aspects of conscious existence rather than problems to be solved. Many contemplative traditions suggest that peace comes not from achieving certainty but from becoming comfortable with fundamental not knowing. This capacity to hold uncertainty with equanimity represents a sophisticated achievement of consciousness rather than a failure of understanding. It allows us to remain open to new information, multiple perspectives, and the inherent complexity of existence without the psychological distress that uncertainty often triggers. Animals live without the burden of existential questioning, neither troubled by ultimate uncertainty nor motivated to resolve it through belief or inquiry. Their consciousness operates within its given parameters without the meta-awareness that creates both human questioning and the distress of finding no final answers. This uncertainty dimension suggests that happiness may depend not on achieving definitive answers to life's greatest questions, but on finding peace amid the ongoing inquiry. By cultivating comfort with mystery and provisional understanding, we may access forms of wisdom and well-being that transcend the limitations of certainty itself. Part 54. The Forgiveness Factor. Human consciousness creates the capacity for both profound grievance and extraordinary forgiveness, shaping our happiness through how we respond to perceived wrongs. Unlike simpler forms of consciousness that may experience immediate defensive reactions but lack extended resentment, humans can maintain grievances across years or even lifetimes. This capacity for maintaining grievance through memory, narrative, and identity creates distinctive forms of suffering unavailable to creatures without these cognitive capabilities. The psychological and physiological burden of sustained resentment often harms the holder of the grievance more than its target, creating ongoing stress responses with significant health implications. Yet, the same cognitive complexity that enables sustained grievance also creates the possibility for profound forgiveness, the conscious choice to release resentment and move forward without demanding full resolution or justice. This forgiveness capacity represents one of the most remarkable achievements of human consciousness, enabling healing and reconciliation beyond what seems rationally justified. Research consistently shows that practiced forgiveness correlates with improved psychological and physical health outcomes across diverse populations and contexts. This healing effect appears to operate independently of whether reconciliation occurs or the original wrong is fully addressed, suggesting that forgiveness benefits the forgiver regardless of external outcomes. Animals may show remarkable reconciliation behaviors after conflict, but these appear to represent instinctual mechanisms for group harmony rather than the conscious choice to release justified grievance that characterizes human forgiveness. They neither maintain extended resentments nor experience the liberation of consciously releasing them. This forgiveness dimension represents another uniquely human factor in happiness, suggesting that well-being depends partly on how we navigate the grievances that complex social consciousness inevitably creates. By developing our capacity for forgiveness, we transform potential sources of ongoing suffering into opportunities for liberation and growth. Part 55. The Consciousness Cultivation. Throughout human history, contemplative traditions have developed sophisticated methods for cultivating consciousness itself as a path to greater happiness and reduced suffering. These approaches focus not primarily on changing external circumstances, but on transforming how consciousness relates to and processes experience. Modern science increasingly confirms benefits from these consciousness-cultivating practices, including meditation, mindfulness, contemplative inquiry, and body awareness techniques. Research shows reliable improvements in attention regulation, emotional balance, stress response, immune function, and subjective well-being across diverse populations practicing these methods. These approaches often work by developing meta-awareness, the capacity to observe our own mental processes rather than being unconsciously identified with or driven by them. This observational stance creates space between immediate reactions and responses, allowing greater choice in how we relate to challenging experiences. While animals demonstrate remarkable forms of intelligence and adaptation, they likely lack this metacognitive capacity to observe and intentionally reshape their own consciousness. Their adaptations occur primarily through behavioral learning and evolution rather than conscious cultivation of awareness itself. This dimension suggests that happiness may depend not just on what we experience, but on how consciousness receives and processes that experience. By developing awareness of awareness itself, we access forms of freedom and well-being unavailable through merely changing external circumstances or pursuing conventional goals. The very consciousness that creates uniquely human forms of suffering thus contains within itself the capacity for transformation beyond suffering. This recursive ability of consciousness to work on itself may represent our most distinctive capability and greatest hope for sustainable happiness. Part 56. The Happiness Spectrum. Human consciousness experiences happiness not as a single state, but as a complex spectrum encompassing multiple dimensions and qualities. Unlike the simpler satisfaction that might characterize animal contentment, human happiness includes distinct forms ranging from sensory pleasure to profound meaning and purpose. Research increasingly distinguishes between hedonic well-being focused on positive emotion and pleasure, and eudaimonic well-being focused on meaning, purpose, and personal growth. These different forms of happiness appear to operate through distinct psychological and neurological mechanisms, contributing to overall well-being in complementary ways. This multidimensional nature creates both challenge and opportunity, as different aspects of happiness sometimes conflict with each other in ways requiring conscious integration. Pursuing immediate pleasure may sometimes undermine long-term meaning, while meaningful activities may sometimes require temporary discomfort or challenge. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed capacity for multiple forms of happiness and wisdom about when each is appropriate. This happiness flexibility allows response to diverse circumstances, with forms of well-being best suited to each situation rather than pursuing a single happiness strategy across all contexts. Animals likely experience more unitary forms of well-being based primarily on physical needs, satisfaction and absence of threat, without the additional dimensions that characterize human happiness. Their contentment, while genuine, lacks the depth, complexity and potential richness of human happiness at its fullest development. This spectral nature suggests that complete human happiness involves not maximizing a single variable, but developing capacity across multiple dimensions. By cultivating diverse forms of well-being, from sensory enjoyment to transcendent meaning, we access a happiness ecosystem more resilient and complete than any single dimension alone could provide. Part 57. The Growth Trajectory. Human consciousness uniquely enables intentional personal growth, the capacity to evaluate our own development and deliberately cultivate qualities we consider valuable. Unlike other creatures whose development follows largely predetermined patterns, we can recognize our limitations and consciously work to transcend them. This growth capacity creates a distinctive form of happiness through the experience of becoming more than we were, developing capabilities and qualities beyond our starting condition. Research consistently shows that perceived personal growth contributes significantly to well-being independent of external achievements or favorable circumstances. The satisfaction of meeting external goals often fades quickly through adaptation, while the experience of becoming more patient, wise, compassionate or skilled creates more sustainable happiness. This growth-based happiness depends not on reaching a destination, but on experiencing the trajectory of development itself. Yet this same capacity creates vulnerability to judgments of inadequacy and failure when we perceive ourselves as falling short of our growth ideals. The same awareness that enables conscious development can become a source of harsh self-criticism and perceived deficiency when growth seems insufficient. Animals develop new capabilities through learning and adaptation, but without the additional layer of self-evaluation against abstract ideals of what they should become. A young eagle learning to fly experiences the immediate challenge without judging itself against some internalized standard of eagle excellence or development rate. This growth dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on experiencing ourselves as developing in valued directions while maintaining compassionate acceptance of our current state. By focusing on trajectory rather than destination and process rather than outcome, we access forms of well-being that remain available regardless of external achievement. Part 58. The Belonging Imperative. Human consciousness evolved in intensely social contexts, creating a fundamental need for belonging that shapes our happiness in profound ways. Unlike more solitary species, our minds developed within collaborative groups where acceptance and inclusion directly determine survival and reproductive opportunity. This evolutionary history has created brains and minds exquisitely sensitive to social inclusion and exclusion, with research showing that rejection activates many of the same neural circuits as physical pain. Our need for meaningful connection appears as fundamental to well-being as physical necessities, with social isolation creating health risks comparable to smoking or obesity. Yet modern living arrangements, work patterns and technology use have created unprecedented levels of social disconnection, despite apparent connectivity. Many contemporary humans live in social environments radically different from the close-knit, multi-generational communities in which our social brains evolved. This mismatch between our social needs and current living patterns creates distinctive forms of suffering largely unavailable to animals living in their evolved social contexts. A wolf in its pack experiences belonging aligned with its evolved needs, while a human in an isolated apartment might maintain hundreds of digital connections without meeting fundamental belonging needs. The happiest humans typically maintain close relationships characterized by physical presence, emotional intimacy, practical support, and shared meaning. These connections provide not just enjoyment, but fundamental nourishment for consciousness evolved in deeply social contexts. This belonging dimension suggests that happiness depends not just on individual factors, but on the quality of our connections with others and our sense of place within a meaningful community. By prioritizing genuine connection in a culture often focused on individual achievement, we address a fundamental need without which other accomplishments provide limited well-being. Part 59. The Attention Economy. Human consciousness operates with finite attentional resources that determine which aspects of potential experience become part of our subjective reality. What we attend to literally creates our lived experience, making the direction of attention perhaps the single most important factor in determining our happiness. In contemporary environments, these limited attentional resources face unprecedented competition from technologies, platforms, and messages specifically designed to capture and monetize our focus. We now navigate an attention economy where sophisticated algorithms and psychological techniques constantly pull our awareness toward commercially valuable targets. This artificial direction of attention often prioritizes content that triggers strong emotional reactions, particularly fear, outrage, or desire, creating mental states that undermine rather than support well-being. Our conscious experience becomes increasingly populated with artificial concerns, extreme cases, and commercial messages rather than direct lived experience. The attention we direct toward global problems beyond our influence, celebrity dramas irrelevant to our lives, or curated social media representations, creates forms of dissatisfaction largely unavailable to creatures whose attention naturally follows patterns aligned with their immediate welfare. This misalignment between attention and well-being represents a distinctly modern form of suffering. Research increasingly confirms that happiness correlates strongly with attention directed toward immediate experience, personal agency, meaningful relationships, and natural environments. These attention patterns align more closely with our evolved cognitive design than the artificial patterns that dominate many contemporary lives. This attention dimension suggests that happiness depends significantly on reclaiming sovereignty over our own awareness from forces that would direct it toward commercially or ideologically valuable rather than personally nourishing targets. By consciously cultivating attention patterns aligned with genuine well-being, we counter perhaps the most significant threat to happiness in the modern world. Part 60. The Integration Possibility. Having explored the many dimensions through which human consciousness both expands and complicates our potential for happiness, we return to our original question with deeper appreciation for its complexity. Has the human mind made us happier than other animals, or has awareness brought new forms of suffering unknown in the animal kingdom? The evidence suggests not a simple answer but a profound paradox. Our complex consciousness creates unprecedented capabilities for meaning, beauty, connection and purpose, while simultaneously generating distinctive vulnerabilities to suffering, unavailable to simpler minds. Perhaps the question itself contains a false dichotomy, implying that happiness must be either simple contentment or complex meaning rather than an integration of both. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed the capacity to access both animal immediacy and uniquely human transcendence, moving fluidly between these modes of experience as circumstances warrant. This integration involves neither rejecting our evolved animal nature in pursuit of pure rationality, nor abandoning our uniquely human capacities in search of simple contentment. Instead, it suggests developing the wisdom to know when each aspect of our consciousness serves genuine well-being and when it creates unnecessary suffering. The mind that questions its own happiness remains uniquely human, yet this questioning itself need not diminish our joy when approached with curiosity rather than judgment. By bringing awareness to the patterns of consciousness that create both our suffering and our transcendence, we begin the journey toward their potential integration. Perhaps true human happiness lies not in having a different mind, but in understanding more deeply the one we have, with all its remarkable gifts and limitations. In this understanding may lie the wisdom to experience the full spectrum of human consciousness, from the simple joy of embodied presence to the profound meaning of self-transcendent awareness. Part 61. The Narrative Creation. Human consciousness continuously generates stories that organize our experiences into coherent patterns of meaning and causality. Unlike animals, who likely experience life as a series of connected but not narratively structured moments, we create ongoing autobiographical narratives that shape our identity and understanding. These internal stories determine not just how we interpret past events, but how we anticipate future possibilities and perceive present circumstances. Two people experiencing identical external conditions may inhabit radically different subjective realities based on the narratives through which they filter those experiences. Research increasingly shows that narrative patterns strongly influence happiness independent of objective circumstances. People who construct redemptive narratives from difficulties interpret challenges as opportunities for growth and maintain hopeful yet flexible stories about the future consistently report greater well-being. Yet our narrative capacity also creates vulnerability to limiting or distressing stories that constrain our potential happiness. When we construct narratives of victimhood, inadequacy, or inevitable disappointment, these stories can become self-fulfilling prophecies that shape both our perception and behavior. The remarkable aspect of narrative consciousness is that these stories remain at least partially subject to revision and conscious reconstruction. Unlike animals whose responses follow more fixed patterns, we can recognize and reshape the narratives that organize our experience, creating new possibilities for happiness through narrative transformation. This narrative dimension suggests that happiness depends significantly on developing skillful awareness of the stories we tell ourselves and cultivating the capacity to revise them when they create unnecessary suffering. By recognizing ourselves as authors rather than merely characters in our own life stories, we access a uniquely human form of freedom and possibility. Part 62. The Horizon of Mortality. Human consciousness uniquely comprehends its own finite nature, creating an awareness of mortality that fundamentally shapes our experience. Unlike animals who respond to immediate threats but likely lack conceptual understanding of their inevitable death, we live with conscious knowledge of our limited time. This mortality awareness creates distinctive forms of anxiety and existential dread unavailable to creatures without this conceptual understanding. The recognition that everything we value and experience will eventually end can create a background unease that colors even otherwise pleasant experiences. Yet this same mortality awareness can infuse life with urgency, appreciation and significance impossible without recognition of finitude. The knowledge that our time is limited often intensifies our appreciation for fleeting beauty, deepens our commitment to meaningful pursuits, and clarifies what truly matters amid life's many possibilities. Studies of people who have faced serious illness or near-death experiences often report increased life appreciation, value clarification, and greater capacity for presence after confronting mortality directly. This suggests that conscious integration of our finite nature, rather than denial or avoidance, may paradoxically enhance rather than diminish our happiness. Throughout history, wisdom traditions have suggested that genuine happiness requires not escaping death awareness, but transforming our relationship with it. By accepting mortality as the natural complement to life rather than its enemy, we may access forms of appreciation and meaning unavailable through denial. This mortality dimension suggests that happiness depends not on ignoring our finite nature, but on allowing this knowledge to deepen our appreciation for the extraordinary gift of temporary consciousness. By holding awareness of death not as a constant threat, but as the background that makes life's foreground more vivid, we transform potential despair into heightened appreciation. Part 63. The Play Dimension. Human consciousness maintains throughout adulthood a remarkable capacity for playfulness that transcends utilitarian purposes and practical needs. Unlike many animals whose play behaviors diminish significantly after youth, humans retain lifelong ability to temporarily suspend ordinary concerns and enter states of exploratory delight. This play capacity creates distinctive forms of happiness characterized by absorption, freedom from self-consciousness, and intrinsic rather than instrumental motivation. When engaged in genuine play, whether through sports, games, creative expression, or simply playful interaction, we often experience what researchers call flow states of complete engagement. Play allows temporary liberation from the burden of purpose, meaning, and achievement that characterizes much of adult consciousness. In these play states, we experience activity valued for its own sake, rather than as means to external goals, creating a distinctive quality of freedom and spontaneity. Modern work-focused cultures often marginalize play as unproductive or childish, creating environments where this essential aspect of human consciousness becomes increasingly constrained to designated contexts. This play deprivation represents a significant yet under-recognized source of diminished happiness in contemporary life. Research increasingly confirms the importance of play, not just for children's development, but for adult psychological health, creativity, stress reduction, and social bonding. These findings suggest that play represents not a trivial luxury, but an essential dimension of consciousness necessary for optimal human functioning and well-being. This play dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on maintaining spaces for activity valued purely for its intrinsic qualities rather than instrumental outcomes. By reclaiming play from the margins of adult life and recognizing its centrality to well-being, we restore access to a distinctive form of happiness that transcends utility and purpose. Part 64. The Beauty Response. Human consciousness possesses extraordinary sensitivity to beauty across multiple domains, responding with distinctive emotional and physiological reactions to certain patterns, proportions, and qualities. Unlike animals who respond primarily to features directly relevant to survival and reproduction, we experience aesthetic appreciation of countless phenomena without obvious utilitarian value. This beauty response creates forms of happiness characterized by appreciation, wonder, and transcendence of ordinary self-concern. When we encounter stunning natural landscapes, moving artistic expressions, or elegant mathematical proofs, we often experience states that temporarily lift us beyond our typical preoccupations. Research increasingly reveals neural and physiological signatures of aesthetic experience, suggesting it represents a fundamental rather than culturally constructed aspect of human consciousness. While specific beauty standards vary across cultures, the capacity for aesthetic response itself appears universal across human populations. Modern environments often prioritize utility, efficiency, and cost over beauty, creating surroundings that fail to nourish this essential aspect of consciousness. The resulting aesthetic deprivation represents another under-recognized factor in contemporary psychological distress. Throughout human history, we have devoted enormous resources to creating beauty through architecture, landscape design, decoration, music, and countless other forms. This persistent prioritization of beauty, despite its lack of obvious survival value, suggests its fundamental importance to human consciousness and well-being. This beauty dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on regular exposure to environments, experiences, and expressions that activate our innate aesthetic response. By recognizing beauty as essential nourishment for consciousness rather than optional luxury, we restore access to a distinctive form of happiness available through aesthetic appreciation. Part 65. The Coherence Factor. Human consciousness continuously seeks coherence, striving to integrate diverse experiences, beliefs, and values into consistent patterns that make sense of our world. Unlike animals who respond to each situation based on immediate cues without concern for logical consistency, we experience discomfort when aspects of our understanding conflict with each other. This coherence seeking creates distinctive forms of happiness when we achieve integrated understanding across multiple domains of experience. The satisfying click of insight when disparate information suddenly forms a meaningful pattern represents a uniquely human joy, available only to consciousness capable of detecting and valuing coherence. Research in cognitive psychology identifies this coherence seeking as a fundamental feature of human thought, with consistency between beliefs, values, and actions strongly predicting psychological well-being. When we experience significant cognitive dissonance between different aspects of understanding, this creates measurable psychological and physiological stress until resolution occurs. Yet our drive for coherence sometimes leads us to oversimplify complex realities, reject valid information that threatens existing frameworks, or impose false patterns on random events. This same coherence seeking can thus become a source of error and limitation when it prioritizes consistency over accuracy or completeness. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed both strong coherence-seeking and high tolerance for temporary uncertainty. This balanced approach allows integration of understanding when possible while remaining open to complexity, paradox, and evolving comprehension when perfect coherence remains elusive. This coherence dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing integrated understanding that satisfies our need for pattern and meaning while maintaining flexibility when reality exceeds our current frameworks. By balancing coherence-seeking with openness to complexity, we access forms of happiness that honor both our need for understanding and the inherent richness of reality itself. Part 66. The Voice Within. Human consciousness contains an internal narrator that provides ongoing commentary on our experiences, creating a distinctive doubling of awareness unique to complex minds. Unlike animals who likely experience life directly without this additional layer of verbal processing, we constantly translate experience into an internal monologue that interprets, evaluates, and categorizes what happens to us. This inner voice creates remarkable capabilities for self-reflection, planning, and meaning-making that contribute significantly to distinctly human achievements. Our capacity to mentally rehearse conversations, analyze past events, or imagine future scenarios enables forms of preparation and learning unavailable without this internal dialogue. Yet this same inner voice often becomes excessively critical, repetitive, or catastrophizing, creating psychological distress disconnected from actual circumstances. When our internal narrator becomes dominated by harsh self-judgment, rumination about past mistakes, or anxious anticipation of future problems, it transforms from helpful tool to source of suffering. Contemplative traditions across cultures have recognized this double-edged nature of internal dialogue, developing practices specifically designed to quiet or transform the quality of this inner voice. Meditation, mindfulness, and cognitive therapies share the recognition that happiness depends significantly on the content and tone of our internal conversation. Research increasingly confirms that the quality of self-talk strongly predicts psychological well-being independent of external circumstances. People who maintain self-compassionate, balanced, and constructive internal dialogue consistently report greater happiness than those whose inner voice remains predominantly critical or catastrophizing. This inner voice dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing conscious awareness of and influence over our internal narrative. By recognizing that the voice within represents a tool of consciousness rather than absolute truth, we gain freedom to cultivate internal dialogue that supports rather than undermines our well-being. Part 67. The Multiple Intelligences. Human consciousness operates through diverse forms of intelligence beyond analytical reasoning, including emotional, social, bodily, musical, spatial, and intuitive capacities. Unlike educational systems that often prioritize logical mathematical intelligence, our minds encompass multiple ways of knowing and engaging with reality that contribute distinctly to our happiness. Emotional intelligence allows us to recognize, understand, and work skillfully with feelings in ourselves and others. Research consistently shows that this capacity strongly predicts life satisfaction, relationship quality, and resilience independent of traditional academic measures. Social intelligence enables navigation of complex interpersonal dynamics, reading subtle cues, and maintaining nurturing connections essential to well-being. Our capacity to understand others' mental states, communicate effectively and sustain mutual care creates forms of happiness unavailable through individual achievement alone. Bodily intelligence manifests in physical grace, skilled movement, and somatic awareness that grounds consciousness in embodied experience. The joy of dance, athletics, and sensory appreciation emerges from this often undervalued aspect of human intelligence. Each form of intelligence opens distinct pathways to meaningful engagement and fulfillment, yet modern definitions of success often recognize only narrow subsets of these capacities. This limited recognition creates unnecessary suffering when people with extraordinary gifts in certain domains receive little validation for their distinctive forms of intelligence. This multiple intelligence dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on recognizing and developing our unique constellation of capacities rather than measuring ourselves against standardized metrics. By honoring the diverse forms of intelligence through which consciousness experiences the world, we access forms of happiness aligned with our distinctive gifts rather than external expectations. Part 68. The Vulnerability Paradox. Human consciousness creates both strong protection against vulnerability and profound yearning for the connection that vulnerability enables. Unlike animals whose defenses operate primarily against physical threats, we construct elaborate psychological fortifications against emotional exposure, judgment, and rejection. These protective mechanisms serve important functions, helping us navigate complex social environments and maintain psychological stability amid potential criticism or rejection. Some degree of emotional boundary and selective disclosure supports healthy functioning in environments where complete openness might prove harmful. Yet these same protective mechanisms often become barriers to the connection, intimacy, and authenticity essential for genuine happiness. Research consistently shows that meaningful relationships require appropriate vulnerability, with emotional openness strongly predicting relationship satisfaction across diverse populations. This creates a distinctive paradox wherein our defenses against potential hurt simultaneously protect us from and prevent us from experiencing the connection we most deeply need. The very mechanisms designed to keep us safe from rejection become obstacles to the acceptance and understanding we seek. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed nuanced capacity for appropriate rather than indiscriminate vulnerability. This balanced approach allows openness in contexts of reasonable trust while maintaining healthy boundaries where genuine threat exists. This vulnerability paradox suggests that happiness depends partly on developing wisdom about when and how to lower our protective shields rather than maintaining rigid defense regardless of context. By risking appropriate vulnerability despite its discomfort, we access forms of connection and authenticity essential to genuine well-being. Part 69. The Purpose Principle. Human consciousness uniquely seeks not just pleasure or comfort, but a sense that our existence matters in some larger context. Unlike animals who pursue immediate satisfactions without concern for overarching significance, we experience distinctive fulfillment when our actions contribute to something beyond ourselves. Research consistently identifies purpose as a fundamental component of psychological well-being, distinct from positive emotion or life satisfaction. Studies across diverse populations showed that those who perceive their lives as meaningful and contributory report greater resilience, health outcomes, and overall happiness even amid significant challenges. This purpose orientation often provides motivation and sustainability beyond what pleasure alone could generate. People routinely endure significant discomfort, sacrifice immediate gratification, and persist through difficulty when their actions align with deeply held purpose. Purpose appears to operate through multiple psychological mechanisms, including identity coherence, value alignment, and transcendence of limited self-concern. By connecting our individual existence to larger contexts and enduring values, purpose creates forms of fulfillment that transcend the limitations of hedonic pleasure. While traditional sources of purpose like religion, cultural roles, and established vocations have diminished in many contemporary contexts, the human need for meaning remains unchanged. This creates distinctive modern challenges as individuals navigate purpose development without clear cultural templates or communal validation. This purpose principle suggests that happiness depends partly on discovering and committing to contributions that transcend self-interest and connect individual existence to larger significance. By developing clear purpose aligned with our authentic values and capabilities, we access forms of fulfillment unavailable through mere comfort or pleasure-seeking. Part 70. The status paradox. Human consciousness contains sophisticated mechanisms for tracking social status and position within hierarchies that profoundly influence our subjective well-being. Unlike animals whose status concerns focus primarily on immediate dominance relationships, we monitor our standing across multiple domains, including wealth, achievement, appearance, influence, and moral virtue. These status tracking mechanisms evolved in contexts where relative social position directly impacted survival and reproductive opportunities. In ancestral environments with limited resources, higher status typically correlated with greater access to food, safety, and potential mates. Yet in modern contexts of material abundance, these same status concerns often create suffering disproportionate to their practical implications. People routinely experience significant distress over status markers with little connection to genuine well-being, sacrificing health, relationships, and present enjoyment for positional advancement. Research consistently shows that beyond meeting basic needs, happiness correlates more strongly with quality of relationships and meaningful engagement than with status achievement. After moderate financial security, additional wealth and status markers show dramatically diminishing returns for subjective well-being, while often increasing stress and time pressure. This creates a distinctive paradox, wherein we expend enormous resources pursuing status that fails to deliver the happiness we anticipate it will provide. Our evolved status-seeking mechanisms continue operating despite dramatic changes in their relationship to actual well-being. This status paradox suggests that happiness depends partly on developing conscious awareness of our status concerns and their limited relationship to genuine fulfillment. By recognizing status pursuit as an evolved tendency rather than path to happiness, we gain freedom to prioritize factors more directly connected to lasting well-being. Part 71. The habit formation. Human consciousness operates largely through habitual patterns that shape our perceptions, reactions, and behaviors below the threshold of awareness. Unlike the conscious deliberation we associate with free choice, approximately 40% of our daily actions follow automatic patterns established through repetition rather than moment-by-moment decision. These habitual mechanisms serve essential functions, allowing efficient navigation of routine activities without exhausting limited cognitive resources. By automating predictable sequences, habits free consciousness for novel challenges and creative engagement rather than reinventing responses to recurring situations. Yet these same habitual patterns often perpetuate behaviors misaligned with our conscious values and goals. Despite genuine intentions for change, established neural pathways continue generating responses that undermine rather than support our well-being. Modern neuroscience reveals that habit formation involves distinct brain regions from conscious planning, explaining the frequent disconnect between intentions and actual behavior. While we consciously determine what we should do, habitual mechanisms often determine what we actually do in practice. The happiest humans appear to be those who have aligned their habitual patterns with their conscious values through deliberate practice and environmental design. Rather than relying primarily on willpower, they create contexts and routines that naturally generate behaviors supporting their well-being. This habit dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on recognizing the power of unconscious patterns and intentionally shaping them to support rather than undermine our flourishing. By working with rather than against the habitual nature of consciousness, we establish sustainable foundations for well-being beyond fluctuating motivation or willpower. Part 72. The Hope Factor. Human consciousness uniquely generates hope, the capacity to envision and work toward positive futures despite present difficulties or limitations. Unlike animals who respond primarily to immediate conditions without conceptualizing alternative possibilities, we can maintain motivation and direction through belief in future improvement. Research consistently identifies hope as a crucial factor in psychological resilience, with hopeful individuals showing greater persistence, problem-solving capacity, and emotional well-being across diverse, challenging circumstances. This future-oriented optimism appears to buffer against depression, learned helplessness, and despair, even amid significant adversity. Neurologically, hope activates reward circuitry similar to actual achievement, creating positive emotional states in anticipation of, rather than response to, improved conditions. This anticipatory capacity allows us to experience aspects of future happiness in the present moment through the psychological reality of expectation. Yet, hope must be distinguished from mere wishful thinking to serve well-being effectively. Research suggests that adaptive hope combines positive expectation with realistic pathway identification and agency beliefs about our capacity to influence outcomes. The hopeful orientation represents neither naive optimism nor resigned acceptance, but rather a dynamic stance that acknowledges difficulties while maintaining belief in possibility. This balanced perspective allows simultaneous recognition of current reality and potential improvement. This hope dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on cultivating capacity for realistic optimism that motivates effective action rather than passive waiting. By developing both the imaginative vision of better possibilities and practical pathways toward their realization, we access a distinctive form of resilience unavailable through either blind optimism or resigned realism alone. Part 73. The Ritual Dimension. Human consciousness creates and responds to ritual, transforming ordinary actions into meaningful practices through intention, symbolism, and formalized patterns. Unlike routine habits performed for practical efficiency, rituals imbue behavior with significance beyond its instrumental purpose. Throughout human history and across diverse cultures, rituals have marked transitions, reinforced values, strengthened social bonds, and provided structure amid life's uncertainties. From elaborate religious ceremonies to personal mourning practices, these formalized behaviors create psychological containers that shape experience in distinctive ways. Research increasingly confirms measurable psychological benefits from ritual engagement, including reduced anxiety, increased sense of control, strengthened social identity, and enhanced meaning perception. These effects appear partly independent of specific belief content, suggesting that ritual form itself influences subjective experience. Modern secular societies often lack robust ritual frameworks, creating environments where transitions, losses and celebrations proceed without the psychological support that formalized practices provide. This ritual deprivation represents another under-recognized factor in contemporary psychological distress. The most effective rituals combine meaningful symbolism, community participation, sensory engagement, and temporal marking to create multidimensional experiences that engage consciousness more fully than ordinary activity. These elements transform otherwise identical behaviors into experiences perceived as significant and connecting. This ritual dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on maintaining practices that transform ordinary experience into meaningful engagement through intentional formalization. By developing personal and communal rituals aligned with authentic values, we access forms of significance and connection unavailable through purely practical activity. Part 74. The Humor Perspective. Human consciousness uniquely generates humor, the capacity to perceive incongruity, absurdity, and unexpected connections that produce distinctive states of amusement and delight. Unlike the play behaviors observed in some animals, human humor involves complex cognitive processing that transforms potential threats or problems into sources of pleasure. This humor capacity serves multiple psychological functions, including tension release, perspective shifting, social bonding, and cognitive reframing of difficulties. Research consistently shows correlations between humor use and enhanced resilience, reduced stress response, improved immune function, and greater subjective well-being. Humor works partly by creating psychological distance from potential stressors, allowing perception of proportion and alternative perspectives otherwise obscured by emotional reactivity. The capacity to laugh at our predicaments, limitations, and mishaps provides a distinctive form of freedom from over-identification with problems. Yet humor's effects depend significantly on its target and tone, with self-deprecating and affiliative humor supporting well-being, while aggressive and self-defeating humor often undermine it. This distinction highlights humor as a tool whose effects depend on how rather than simply whether it is employed. Throughout human history, wisdom traditions have recognized humor as reflecting not merely amusement but deeper understanding of life's fundamental paradoxes and proportions. The capacity to laugh at human pretensions, expectations, and attachments often signals philosophical maturity rather than mere frivolity. This humor dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing capacity to perceive life's incongruities with amusement rather than distress. By cultivating humor that provides perspective without cruelty, we access a distinctive form of resilience that transforms potential suffering into psychological liberation. Part 75. The Body-Mind Connection. Human consciousness exists in constant bidirectional relationship with bodily states, creating feedback loops between physical and mental experience that profoundly influence our happiness. Unlike the Cartesian model that conceptualizes mind and body as separate entities, contemporary neuroscience reveals their inseparable integration through multiple biological pathways. Our physical posture, movement patterns, breathing rhythm, and muscular tension directly affect emotional states, thought patterns, and stress response through neuroendocrine feedback mechanisms. Research consistently demonstrates that interventions targeting physical states reliably influence mental experience, with exercise showing effectiveness comparable to medication for mild to moderate depression. Conversely, our thoughts and emotions shape physiological functioning through mechanisms including autonomic nervous system activation, hormonal regulation, and immune response modulation. Chronic worry, rumination, and negative expectation create measurable physical effects that compromise health and subjective well-being over time. Modern lifestyles often neglect this fundamental connection, prioritizing cognitive function while ignoring the physical conditions that support optimal mental experience. Sedentary behavior, disrupted sleep patterns, poor nutrition, and chronic stress create physiological states incompatible with psychological flourishing regardless of mental attitude or perspective. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed integrated awareness of and care for this body-mind relationship. Rather than treating physical well-being as separate from psychological health, they recognize these dimensions as inseparable aspects of unified human experience. This body-mind connection suggests that happiness depends partly on honoring the physical foundations that support psychological well-being. By recognizing consciousness as embodied rather than merely housed in a body, we access more effective approaches to well-being that address both physical and mental dimensions of our integrated existence. Part 76. The Information Diet. Human consciousness constructs its reality from the information it consumes, shaping perception, emotion and thought based on inputs it receives from the environment. Unlike animals whose information intake remains largely limited to immediate surroundings, we now navigate unprecedented access to virtually unlimited data from across time and space. This expanded information access creates extraordinary opportunities for understanding, connection and perspective impossible in earlier eras. Our capacity to learn from diverse sources, encounter multiple viewpoints, and access specialized knowledge represents one of modern life's most remarkable privileges. Yet this same information abundance creates vulnerability to inputs poorly matched with our psychological design, including exposure to traumatic events beyond our influence, anxiety-producing predictions, and artificially curated representations of others' lives. The information environment we inhabit shapes our perception of reality far beyond its objective statistical properties. Modern media ecosystems often prioritize content that triggers strong emotional reactions, particularly fear, outrage, and insecurity, creating mental states misaligned with accurate understanding or psychological well-being. Just as physical health depends significantly on nutritional intake, psychological health depends partly on the informational diet we consume. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed conscious discernment about their information consumption, selecting inputs that support accurate understanding while limiting exposure to unnecessarily distressing or misleading content. This balanced approach neither avoids difficult realities nor consumes information without regard for its psychological impact. This information dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing mindful relationship with the data streams that continuously shape our conscious experience. By approaching information consumption with the same intentionality we bring to physical nutrition, we create mental environments that support rather than undermine our psychological flourishing. Part 77. The Expectation Management. Human consciousness generates elaborate expectations about how experiences will unfold, creating preconceived mental models that powerfully influence our subsequent perceptions and reactions. Unlike animals who likely respond to each situation based primarily on direct perception, we experience reality through the filter of prior assumptions about what should or will occur. These expectational frameworks serve important functions, allowing efficient preparation, appropriate resource allocation, and reduced uncertainty in complex environments. Well-calibrated expectations support effective navigation of social and physical realities by preparing us for likely scenarios based on past experience. Yet these same expectations often create suffering when reality inevitably diverges from our mental models. Research consistently shows that disappointment results not primarily from objective outcomes, but from the gap between those outcomes and what we expected or believed we deserved. This creates the paradoxical situation where identical external circumstances can produce dramatically different emotional responses based entirely on prior expectations. People routinely experience negative reactions to objectively positive situations that merely fall short of anticipated outcomes. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed balanced expectation management, setting aims that motivate effective action while maintaining flexibility when reality unfolds differently than anticipated. This approach neither abandons aspirational goals nor rigidly demands that reality conform to preconceived notions. This expectation dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing conscious awareness of our expectational frameworks and their impact on experience. By holding expectations as useful guides rather than rigid requirements, we create psychological flexibility that accommodates reality's inevitable surprises without unnecessary distress. Part 78. The Reality Construction. Human consciousness actively constructs rather than passively perceives reality, continuously creating subjective experience through interpretation, selective attention, and meaning attribution. Unlike the common assumption that we simply observe an objective world, contemporary cognitive science reveals that perception itself involves elaborate constructive processes that shape what we experience as reality. This constructive nature of consciousness explains how identical external circumstances can generate radically different subjective experiences depending on attention focus, interpretive frameworks, and meaning attribution. Two people in the same situation often inhabit entirely different experiential worlds based on these constructive processes rather than objective differences. Research increasingly demonstrates that happiness correlates more strongly with these constructive patterns than with external circumstances once basic needs are met. Our attentional habits, interpretive tendencies, and meaning-making processes predict subjective well-being more reliably than objective life conditions across diverse populations. Yet, we typically remain unaware of this constructive activity, experiencing our perceptions as direct contact with objective reality, rather than the elaborate interpretations they actually represent. This transparency of construction creates the impression that our distress stems from situations themselves, rather than our constructed experience of those situations. Contemplative traditions across cultures have recognized this constructive nature of consciousness, developing practices specifically designed to bring awareness to these processes. By recognizing reality as partially constructed rather than merely perceived, these approaches create possibilities for intentionally shaping rather than being unconsciously driven by these constructive patterns. This construction dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing conscious awareness of and influence over the processes through which we construct our subjective reality. By recognizing ourselves as active creators rather than passive recipients of experience, we access forms of freedom and agency unavailable through merely trying to change external circumstances. Part 79. The Relationship Factor. Human consciousness develops and exists within a complex web of relationships that shape its structure, content, and well-being in fundamental ways. Unlike the Western model that often conceptualizes consciousness as primarily individual and self-contained, research increasingly reveals the profoundly relational nature of human minds. From earliest development, our neural architecture, emotional patterns and cognitive frameworks form through interaction with caregivers and significant others. The quality of these foundational relationships creates enduring patterns that influence how we perceive, interpret and respond to experiences throughout life. Research consistently identifies relationship quality as among the strongest predictors of happiness across diverse cultures and contexts. Positive connection with others correlates more reliably with subjective well-being than income, achievement, education, or most other external factors once basic needs are met. This relational dimension operates through multiple mechanisms, including security provision, identity formation, emotional regulation, and meaning creation through shared experience. Our consciousness appears designed to function optimally within supportive relational contexts rather than in isolation, regardless of other environmental factors. Modern individualistic cultures often underemphasize this relational foundation, creating social structures and narratives that prioritize autonomy and self-sufficiency over connection and interdependence. This cultural orientation can obscure recognition of how fundamentally our well-being depends on relationship quality rather than individual achievement. This relationship dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing and maintaining connections characterized by authenticity, support, and mutual understanding. By recognizing consciousness as inherently relational rather than merely individual, we align our well-being priorities with the interdependent reality of human experience. Part 80. The Transition Navigation. Human consciousness uniquely experiences transitions between life phases, roles and identities that require psychological reorganization beyond simple behavioral adaptation. Unlike animals whose development follows more predetermined patterns, we navigate complex identity shifts throughout life that fundamentally alter our self-concept and relationship with the world. Major life transitions like entering adulthood, becoming parents, changing careers, or entering retirement require not just external adjustments but internal reconstruction of who we understand ourselves to be. These identity transitions create periods of both heightened vulnerability and extraordinary growth potential as established self-concepts dissolve and reform. Research shows that subjective well-being often temporarily decreases during significant transitions before potentially increasing as new identities and patterns consolidate. This transitional disruption occurs even when changes are objectively positive, as familiar identity structures and strategies temporarily lose coherence amid transformation. Traditional cultures typically provided clear markers, rituals and community support for major life transitions that modern societies often lack. Without these supportive structures, many contemporary humans navigate significant identity transformations without the psychological containment that facilitates integration and meaning-making. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed capacity to consciously engage with, rather than merely endure, these transitional processes. By recognizing transitions as opportunities for growth and meaning, rather than merely disruptive interruptions, they access the transformative potential within these challenging passages. This transition dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing wisdom and support for navigating the inevitable identity transformations that punctuate human life. By approaching transitions as meaningful developmental processes rather than inconvenient disruptions, we access their potential for deeper authenticity and expanded consciousness. Part 81. The Meditation Effect. Human consciousness possesses remarkable capacity for self-observation and intentional development through contemplative practices that have emerged across diverse cultures. Unlike animals whose awareness remains primarily directed outward toward environmental stimuli, we can turn attention inward to observe the processes of consciousness itself. Research increasingly confirms measurable effects from meditation and related contemplative practices on attention regulation, emotional processing, stress response, and subjective well-being. These practices appear to develop neural networks and psychological capacities that support sustainable happiness beyond temporary state changes. Contemplative traditions suggest that many forms of suffering stem from lack of awareness about how consciousness operates, rather than from external circumstances themselves. By developing capacity to observe rather than automatically identify with thoughts and emotions, these approaches create psychological freedom unavailable through merely changing life conditions. Different meditative practices develop distinct aspects of consciousness, from focused attention and emotional regulation to compassion cultivation and insight into impermanence. This diversity suggests that comprehensive well-being may involve multiple complementary practices rather than single approaches to contemplative development. While traditionally embedded within religious frameworks, modern scientific research confirms benefits from secular adaptations of these practices across diverse populations. This suggests that the core psychological mechanisms operate independently of specific belief systems, while potentially enhanced by meaningful conceptual frameworks. This meditation dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing capacity to work directly with consciousness itself, rather than merely changing its contents. By cultivating awareness of awareness through contemplative practice, we access distinctive forms of well-being unavailable through external achievement or circumstantial improvement alone. Part 82. The Skill of Savoring. Human consciousness can develop remarkable capacity for extracting heightened enjoyment from ordinary experiences through intentional attention to their pleasurable aspects. Unlike automatic processing that often minimizes perception of familiar experiences, savoring involves deliberately attending to and amplifying positive qualities present in everyday moments. Research shows that this savoring capacity strongly predicts subjective well-being independent of objective life circumstances or the frequency of positive events. People who habitually notice and appreciate pleasant aspects of ordinary experience report greater happiness than those who experience objectively similar circumstances without this attentional pattern. Savoring operates through multiple cognitive and perceptual mechanisms, including sensory focus, temporal awareness, gratitude activation, and positive emotion elaboration. By bringing full attention to the sensory details, temporal transience, unexpected gift, and emotional resonance of experiences, we transform ordinary moments into sources of genuine delight. Modern environments often undermine savoring capacity through distraction, multitasking, achievement orientation, and constant novelty seeking. When consciousness continuously fragments across multiple inputs or fixates on future goals, the present moment's potential pleasure remains largely unexperienced despite its availability. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed habitual savoring patterns that extract maximum enjoyment from already available experiences. Rather than requiring ever-increasing stimulation or novel circumstances, they access sustainable happiness through heightened appreciation of ordinary moments. This savoring dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing attentional habits that amplify rather than overlook the pleasurable aspects of everyday experience. By cultivating the skill of savoring, we transform our relationship with ordinary moments from background habituation to foreground appreciation. Part 83. The Autonomy Balance. Human consciousness thrives when experiencing appropriate balance between autonomy and connection, between independence and interdependence in relationship with others. Unlike collectivist models that subordinate individual needs to group requirements or individualistic models that maximize personal freedom at relationship expense, optimal well-being appears to require integration of both dimensions. Research across diverse cultures consistently identifies both autonomy satisfaction and relationship quality as fundamental to psychological flourishing. Far from opposing each other, these dimensions appear complementary when properly understood, with authentic autonomy supporting rather than undermining genuine connection. True autonomy involves acting from integrated values and authentic preferences rather than merely independence from others' influence. This self-congruence creates the foundation for genuine rather than compliant or reactive connection, allowing relationships based on mutual recognition rather than dependency or obligation. Different cultural contexts emphasize varying balances between autonomy and connection, creating distinctive pathways and challenges to integrating these dimensions. Western individualistic cultures often require conscious cultivation of connection skills, while collectivist contexts may require greater attention to authentic self-expression. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed capacity for both authentic self-direction and genuine other recognition. Rather than sacrificing either dimension, they discover how properly understood autonomy and connection mutually enhance rather than diminish each other. This autonomy dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing integrated balance between authentic self-expression and genuine relational connection. By recognizing autonomy and relationship as complementary rather than competing needs, we access forms of well-being unavailable through prioritizing either dimension in isolation. Part 84. The cognitive flexibility. Human consciousness demonstrates remarkable capacity for flexible thinking, allowing adaptation to novel situations, perspective shifting and creative problem-solving beyond fixed response patterns. Unlike more rigid cognition characterized by categorical thinking and established solutions, cognitive flexibility involves mental agility in approaching situations from multiple angles. Research consistently links this cognitive flexibility with enhanced resilience, lower anxiety, better stress management, and greater subjective well-being across diverse populations. The capacity to consider alternative perspectives, generate multiple solutions, and adapt thinking to changing circumstances creates psychological resources unavailable through more rigid cognitive patterns. This flexibility operates through several mechanisms, including reduced catastrophizing, expanded solution spaces, decreased rumination, and enhanced learning from experience. By mentally exploring multiple interpretations and approaches, rather than fixating on single narratives or solutions, flexible thinkers maintain psychological options that support adaptation. Modern environments often present unprecedented complexity, ambiguity, and change rates that particularly reward cognitive flexibility. As established patterns and solutions increasingly fail to address emerging challenges, the capacity for adaptive thinking becomes increasingly central to both effectiveness and well-being. While some degree of cognitive flexibility appears inborn, research demonstrates that this capacity can be substantially developed through specific practices and environmental supports. Exposure to diverse perspectives, curiosity cultivation, mindfulness practice, and creativity development all contribute to enhanced cognitive flexibility regardless of starting point. This flexibility dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing mental agility that creates psychological freedom amid changing circumstances. By cultivating capacity to shift perspectives, consider alternatives and adapt thinking to new information, we access forms of resilience unavailable through more rigid cognitive patterns. Part 85. The Flow Experience. Human consciousness can enter distinctive states of complete absorption in optimally challenging activities that create experiences of timelessness, effortlessness, and intrinsic reward. Unlike normal fragmented awareness, divided between activity, self-evaluation, and environmental monitoring, flow states involve unified attention, fully engaged with present activity. Research identifies these flow experiences as among the most intrinsically rewarding states available to consciousness, consistently rated as highly meaningful and satisfying across diverse populations and activities. Whether experienced through creative expression, athletic performance, intellectual engagement, or skilled craft, flow states share core psychological features despite their diverse contexts. Flow emerges when activity demands precisely match current skill level, creating engagement that is neither boringly easy nor frustratingly difficult. This optimal challenge balance, combined with clear goals and immediate feedback, allows attention to fully engage with activity rather than monitoring progress or evaluating performance. Modern environments often undermine flow through constant interruption, divided attention, inappropriate challenge levels, and extrinsic rather than intrinsic motivation. When consciousness continuously fragments across notifications, multitasking, and external evaluation, the conditions for flow experience become increasingly difficult to establish and maintain. The happiest humans appear to be those who regularly create conditions conducive to flow states through both environmental design and psychological approach. By intentionally structuring activities with appropriate challenge, clear goals, and protected attention, they access these uniquely satisfying states of consciousness with relative frequency. This flow dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on experiencing regular states of complete absorption in optimally challenging activity. By cultivating the conditions that support flow experience, we access uniquely satisfying states of consciousness characterized by timelessness, effortlessness, and intrinsic reward. Part 86. The Compassion Capacity. Human consciousness can develop extraordinary capacity for compassion, the ability to recognize suffering in others and feel motivated to alleviate it rather than ignore or avoid it. Unlike simple emotional contagion that merely reflects others' distress, mature compassion combines empathic resonance with balanced concern that neither withdraws from nor becomes overwhelmed by suffering. Research increasingly identifies this compassionate orientation as beneficial not only for recipients but for those who embody it, with strong correlations between compassion practice and enhanced well-being measures. Far from depleting psychological resources, skillful compassion appears to generate positive emotions, meaning and resilience even amid challenging circumstances. This compassion operates through multiple mechanisms, including reduced self-preoccupation, expanded perspective, increased sense of efficacy, and enhanced meaning through contribution. By directing attention beyond narrow self-concern toward alleviating suffering where possible, compassionate engagement creates forms of fulfillment unavailable through self-focused pursuits alone. Contemporary neuroscience reveals that compassion involves distinct neural networks from empathic distress, explaining how mature compassion creates positive rather than depleting psychological effects, while empathic distress activates threat circuitry and avoidance motivation. Compassion engages reward networks and approach motivation despite exposure to suffering. Like other psychological capacities, compassion appears responsive to intentional development rather than fixed at birth. Specific practices developed across contemplative traditions demonstrably enhance compassionate response across diverse populations, regardless of baseline tendencies. This compassion dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing capacity for balanced concern that neither ignores suffering nor becomes overwhelmed by it. By cultivating skilled compassion that creates positive rather than depleting psychological effects, we access forms of fulfillment unavailable through either avoidance of suffering or empathic distress. Part 87. The Spiritual Connection. Human consciousness, across cultures and historical periods, demonstrates persistent yearning for connection to something larger than individual existence. Unlike purely materialistic or individualistic frameworks, spiritual perspectives recognize dimensions of experience that transcend personal identity and material concerns. Research increasingly identifies spiritual connection as an independent factor in psychological well-being, regardless of specific belief content or religious identification. Subjective sense of connection to something sacred, transcendent, or greater than oneself correlates with enhanced meaning, purpose, and resilience across diverse populations. This spiritual dimension operates through multiple psychological mechanisms, including expanded identity beyond individual boundaries, connection to enduring values, and meaning frameworks that contextualize suffering within larger perspectives. By providing reference points beyond individual concerns and temporal limitations, spiritual connection offers psychological resources unavailable through purely personal or material orientations. Modern secular contexts often lack established pathways for cultivating this dimension of experience, creating environments where spiritual yearning remains unaddressed or channeled into less constructive substitutes. This spiritual deprivation represents another under-recognized factor in contemporary psychological distress, despite material abundance. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed authentic spiritual connection aligned with their deepest values, whether through traditional religious participation or more personally constructed frameworks. Rather than dogmatic adherence to inherited beliefs, this authentic spirituality involves living relationship with dimensions of experience that transcend ordinary identity concerns. This spiritual dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on meaningful connection to something larger than individual existence. By cultivating authentic spiritual experience, whether through traditional or contemporary pathways, we address a fundamental aspect of consciousness that appears essential to complete human flourishing. Part 88. The awe experience. Human consciousness can enter distinctive states of awe characterized by perception of vastness that transcends current understanding and requires mental accommodation. Unlike ordinary appreciation, awe involves encounter with phenomena so expansive or powerful that they exceed existing mental frameworks and demand perspective shift. Research increasingly identifies these awe experiences as psychologically transformative, reliably producing effects including diminished self-focus, expanded perspective, increased prosocial tendency, and enhanced well-being. Whether triggered by natural grandeur, artistic achievement, human excellence, or conceptual breakthrough, awe appears to create similar psychological effects despite diverse eliciting contexts. Awe operates partly through self-transcendence, temporarily displacing ordinary identity concerns through encounter with something that dwarfs individual perspective. This transcendence of habitual self-focus creates distinctive freedom from the preoccupations and worries that normally dominate consciousness. Modern environments often limit exposure to traditional awe elicitors like natural grandeur, while technological capacity simultaneously creates new potential sources through access to cosmic imagery, artistic achievement, and intellectual discovery. Despite these new opportunities, many contemporary humans experience awe deficiency through limited engagement with potentially transformative encounters. The happiest humans appear to be those who regularly expose themselves to potential awe experiences rather than confining consciousness to the merely familiar and comprehensible. By intentionally seeking encounters with vastness that transcends ordinary understanding, they access psychological states that refresh perspective and recontextualize personal concerns. This awe dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on regular experiences that transcend ordinary consciousness through encounter with vastness. By cultivating appropriate exposure to natural, artistic, intellectual, and interpersonal sources of awe, we access transformative states that expand perspective beyond habitual limitations. Part 89. The Generativity Factor. Human consciousness uniquely seeks to contribute to future generations, creating legacy that extends influence beyond individual lifespan. Unlike shorter-term concerns with personal achievement or pleasure, generativity involves care for what endures after us and how our existence benefits those who will follow. Research consistently identifies this generative orientation as crucial to psychological flourishing in middle and later adulthood, with those developing generative concern reporting greater meaning, purpose, and life satisfaction. The capacity to contribute to ongoing life appears to address existential concerns about finitude and create meaning that transcends mortality awareness. This generativity operates through multiple expressions including parenting, mentoring, creating, teaching, preserving, and building institutions that will outlast individual life. Across these diverse forms, the common psychological thread involves extending care and contribution beyond personal boundaries to those who will inhabit the future. Modern cultures often emphasize individual achievement and immediate gratification over generative concern for future welfare. This cultural orientation can obscure recognition of how fundamentally human happiness depends on meaningful contribution beyond personal gain, particularly in later life stages. The happiest humans in middle and later adulthood appear to be those who have developed clear generative commitments through which their existence benefits future generations. Rather than focusing primarily on personal comfort or accomplishment, they derive profound satisfaction from nurturing what will continue beyond their individual lifespan. This generativity dimension suggests that complete happiness, particularly in later life stages, depends partly on meaningful contribution to what endures beyond us. By developing commitments that extend care and influence to future generations, we address existential concerns about finitude and access forms of meaning unavailable through self-focused pursuits alone. Part 90. The Integration Potential. Having explored these many dimensions through which human consciousness both expands and complicates our potential for happiness, we can now consider integration as the ultimate developmental challenge. Rather than seeing these diverse aspects as contradictory or competing, perhaps the richest happiness emerges from their skillful integration into cohesive rather than fragmented experience. This integration operates across multiple dimensions, including balancing thinking with feeling, individual needs with relational connection, stability with growth, and material well-being with transcendent meaning. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed not specialization in certain aspects at the expense of others, but rather harmonious relationship among diverse dimensions of experience. Modern specialization often creates fragmentation rather than integration, with different life domains, theoretical perspectives, and cultural traditions addressing separate aspects of consciousness without cohesive framework. This compartmentalization represents another distinctly modern source of suffering as we navigate disconnected, rather than integrated approaches to human flourishing. Traditional wisdom traditions often emphasized integration as central to development, seeking harmony among physical, emotional, cognitive, social, and spiritual dimensions rather than elevation of certain aspects above others. Contemporary research increasingly confirms the well-being benefits of this integrated perspective through evidence that multiple complementary rather than competing factors contribute to psychological flourishing. The most evolved consciousness may be that which develops not by maximizing certain dimensions at the expense of others, but through honoring the unique contributions of each aspect while facilitating their harmonious interaction. This integration creates a wholeness greater than the sum of individually developed parts. This integration potential suggests that the highest happiness may emerge not from perfecting isolated aspects of consciousness, but from their cohesive relationship. By developing awareness that embraces rather than fragments these diverse dimensions, we access forms of well-being unavailable through specialized development of particular aspects alone. Part 91. The Ultimate Answer. Throughout our exploration of consciousness and happiness, we have encountered a fundamental paradox that perhaps contains the ultimate insight about our original question. The human mind creates unprecedented capacity for both suffering and joy, for both limitation and liberation, depending not primarily on external circumstances, but on how consciousness relates to experience itself. This paradoxical nature suggests that the question, "Has the mind made us happier?" contains a fundamental misframing. Rather than seeing mind as either gift or burden in absolute terms, perhaps wisdom lies in recognizing consciousness itself as the field within which both suffering and happiness arise, based on its developmental condition and skillful use. The evidence across traditions and research suggests that consciousness can be trained, developed, and refined through intentional practice and environmental support. Like any powerful tool, its impact depends not on its mere presence, but on the skill, wisdom, and intention with which it is employed. This perspective shifts our approach from evaluating consciousness as inherently beneficial or problematic to recognizing it as extraordinary potential requiring cultivation. Just as physical capacity develops through appropriate training rather than merely existing as fixed potential, consciousness manifests its positive potential through developmental processes rather than by default. The happiest humans appear to be those who have undertaken the lifelong journey of consciousness development across its multiple dimensions. Rather than simply living with the mind they initially acquired, they commit to ongoing cultivation of awareness, perspective, and skillful relationship with experience. This developmental view suggests that advanced happiness emerges not accidentally, but through deliberate engagement with consciousness itself as both the instrument and object of cultivation. By undertaking this developmental journey, we transform consciousness from source of suffering to vehicle for flourishing through its progressive refinement. Part 92. The Final Integration. As we conclude our exploration, perhaps the most profound realization emerges not as definitive answer, but as ongoing inquiry that transforms the questioner through its contemplation. The relationship between consciousness and happiness remains not a problem to be solved once and for all, but a creative tension that generates wisdom through persistent engagement. This dynamic relationship invites neither absolute conclusions nor resigned uncertainty, but rather ongoing exploration that itself represents distinctly human fulfillment. The capacity to question our own experience, to wonder about the nature of happiness and consciousness, itself manifests the extraordinary gift of human awareness. Perhaps the greatest happiness available to us involves not achieving specific states, but engaging wholeheartedly with the entirety of human experience in all its complexity, challenge and potential. This integral embrace accepts both the burdens and blessings of consciousness as inseparable aspects of our remarkable inheritance. From this perspective, the question shifts from whether the mind has made us happier than other creatures to how we might most fully honor the extraordinary consciousness we have received. Rather than wishing for simpler awareness or lamenting our complex predicament, we accept the distinctive challenge and opportunity of human consciousness as our unique evolutionary gift and responsibility. In this acceptance lies neither resignation nor glorification, but clear-eyed recognition of both the suffering and splendor that consciousness creates. This balanced perspective acknowledges the shadow aspects of human awareness while celebrating its remarkable potential for beauty, meaning, connection, and transcendence. As we hold this question about mind and happiness, perhaps the ultimate answer emerges not as conclusion but as commitment to the ongoing journey of consciousness development itself. In this commitment, we honor the extraordinary gift of human awareness by accepting responsibility for its cultivation, not merely for personal happiness, but for the flourishing of all consciousness with which we share this remarkable existence. Part 93. The Call to Awakening. Our exploration has revealed that consciousness itself can either remain relatively dormant and reactive, or become increasingly awake and responsive through intentional development. Unlike simpler forms of awareness that merely register and react to environmental stimuli, human consciousness contains the seeds of awakening to its own nature and potential. This awakening involves progressive recognition of how consciousness constructs, rather than merely perceives, reality, creating rather than simply registering our subjective experience. As this recognition deepens, we gain increasing freedom from unconscious patterns that previously determined our perceptions, reactions, and suffering without awareness of alternatives. Contemplative traditions across cultures have recognized this awakening potential, developing diverse practices designed to facilitate consciousness becoming aware of itself rather than merely its contents. Whether through meditation, inquiry, embodied practice, or creative expression, these approaches share the fundamental aim of bringing light to processes that otherwise operate in darkness. This awakening appears to unfold through developmental stages rather than sudden transformation, with each level of awareness revealing previously invisible assumptions and creating new possibilities for response. What seemed fixed and inevitable at earlier stages becomes recognized as constructed and modifiable through expanded awareness. The happiest humans appear to be those engaged in this awakening journey, neither completely asleep in unconscious reactivity, nor finished with some imagined endpoint of development. This ongoing awakening brings both humility about current understanding and commitment to continued growth rather than premature closure or complacent certainty. This awakening dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on consciousness becoming increasingly aware of its own nature and operations. By engaging with rather than merely operating from consciousness, we participate in an evolutionary journey that transforms suffering into opportunity for development rather than merely problem for solution. Part 94. The Circle of Concern. Human consciousness can direct attention across vastly different domains, from immediate personal experience to global systems and future generations. Unlike animals whose awareness remains primarily focused on immediate environment and social group, our minds can encompass concerns ranging from deeply personal to planet-wide in scope. Research increasingly suggests that happiness correlates with appropriate balance in this attentional distribution rather than excessive focus on either personal or global concerns. Both narrow self-preoccupation and overwhelming global worry appear to undermine well-being, while balanced concern across multiple domains supports sustainable happiness. This balance involves meaningful engagement with areas where we have genuine agency and influence, coupled with appropriately scaled concern about larger systems that affect our lives. When consciousness fixates primarily on global problems beyond individual influence, this often creates helplessness and despair despite well-meaning concern. Conversely, excessive focus on personal concerns to the exclusion of larger contexts creates forms of alienation and meaninglessness that undermine sustained happiness. Our consciousness appears designed for meaningful participation in multiple nested systems, from intimate relationships to broader community and environmental contexts. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed appropriately balanced circles of concern, with attention distributed across domains in proportion to both their importance and potential for meaningful influence. This balanced approach neither ignores larger contexts nor becomes overwhelmed by them, maintaining effective agency within realistically understood limitations. This dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing skillful attention distribution across different scales of concern. By cultivating balanced awareness that encompasses but is not dominated by any single domain, we create sustainable engagement that neither disconnects from larger meaning nor becomes overwhelmed by concerns beyond our influence. Part 95. The Meaning Construction. Human consciousness actively constructs rather than passively discovers meaning, creating interpretive frameworks that transform neutral events into significant experiences. Unlike the common assumption that meaning exists independently in the world waiting to be found, contemporary understanding suggests that meaning emerges through consciousness actively attributing significance to experience. This constructive nature of meaning explains how identical circumstances can hold radically different significance depending on the interpretive frameworks through which they are processed. The same job loss, relationship ending, or health challenge that devastates one person may catalyze growth and redirection for another based entirely on meaning construction rather than objective differences. Research increasingly identifies meaning-making capacity as a crucial factor in resilience and well-being, with those able to construct coherent meaning from difficult experiences showing better psychological outcomes across diverse challenges. This meaning construction appears to operate as a psychological immune system that transforms potential trauma into growth opportunity through interpretive reframing. Yet we typically remain unaware of this constructive activity, experiencing meaning as discovered rather than created, and therefore feeling victims rather than authors of the significance our experiences hold. This unconscious construction creates the impression that life's meaning depends on external circumstances rather than interpretive processes within our control. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed conscious awareness of and influence over their meaning-making processes. Rather than passively accepting meanings that emerge automatically, they actively engage in constructing interpretations that support resilience, growth, and purposeful engagement regardless of circumstances. This meaning dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on recognizing and developing our capacity to construct, rather than merely discover life's significance. By approaching meaning as creative process rather than fixed discovery, we access forms of resilience and purpose that transcend the limitations of circumstantial meaning. Part 96. The Compassionate Witness. Human consciousness can develop extraordinary capacity to observe itself with kind awareness rather than harsh judgment or identification. Unlike reactive consciousness that remains merged with its contents, witnessing consciousness creates space between awareness itself and the thoughts, emotions, and sensations it observes. This witnessing capacity serves as foundation for psychological freedom, allowing us to experience rather than become difficult emotions, to notice rather than believe every thought, and to relate to rather than identify as our changing experiences. Research increasingly confirms that this self-compassionate witnessing strongly predicts psychological well-being across diverse populations and challenges. The capacity develops through intentional practices that strengthen meta-awareness, the ability to observe mental processes rather than being unconsciously defined by them, through sustained attention to consciousness itself rather than merely its contents. We gradually develop this witnessing perspective that transforms our relationship with experience. Compassionate witnessing differs fundamentally from dissociation or detachment, involving present engagement with rather than avoidance of experience. Unlike defensive distancing that further fragments consciousness, true witnessing creates integration through kind presence with all aspects of experience, without identification or rejection. The happiest humans appear to be those who have developed this compassionate witnessing capacity as foundation for relating to their experience. Rather than being defined by changing mental states or fighting against unwanted aspects of consciousness, they maintain kind awareness that neither identifies with nor rejects any dimension of experience. This witnessing dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on developing consciousness that can observe itself with compassion rather than criticism or avoidance. By cultivating this witnessing capacity, we access forms of psychological freedom unavailable either through struggling against or becoming our changing mental states. Part 97. The Development Trajectory. Human consciousness unfolds through distinct developmental stages rather than merely accumulating information or experience across the lifespan. Unlike simple learning that adds content to existing structures, development involves qualitative transformations in how consciousness organizes and interprets experience at different stages. Research across multiple traditions identifies remarkably similar patterns in this development, showing how consciousness evolves from simple to complex, from rigid to flexible, from narrow to expansive perspectives across predictable, if not inevitable, stages. Despite considerable individual variation in timing and expression, these general patterns suggest universal aspects of consciousness development across diverse cultural contexts. Each developmental stage brings both new capabilities and characteristic limitations, with happiness at each level depending partly on addressing stage-specific challenges. What constitutes fulfillment for consciousness organized at one developmental level may become insufficient or even problematic as development progresses to subsequent stages. This developmental view explains why identical external circumstances or advice produce dramatically different results for people at different stages, with approaches helpful at one level, potentially harmful at another. The happiness prescriptions appropriate for consciousness at earlier stages may become counterproductive or insufficient as development proceeds to more complex organization. The happiest humans appear to be those engaged in appropriate development for their current stage, rather than attempting to bypass necessary growth or remaining fixed at familiar levels. This engaged development involves neither complacent satisfaction with current limitations nor unrealistic expectations for transformation without prerequisite development. This developmental dimension suggests that happiness depends partly on honoring consciousness's natural unfolding through sequenced rather than haphazard growth. By understanding and supporting appropriate development for our current stage, we align with rather than resist the natural trajectory through which consciousness evolves toward increasing freedom, complexity, and integration. Part 98. The Cosmic Perspective. Human consciousness uniquely contemplates its place within vast cosmic contexts that transcend individual or even human concerns. Unlike awareness limited to immediate surroundings or even planetary scales, our minds can consider existence within frameworks spanning billions of years and unfathomable distances. This cosmic perspective creates both existential challenge and extraordinary opportunity for meaning, transcending ordinary boundaries of identity and concern. When we contemplate our existence against the background of cosmic scale and time frame, previous preoccupations often reveal their relative insignificance while deeper questions emerge about our participation in this vast unfolding. Throughout human history, contemplation of cosmic context has catalyzed both existential crisis and profound inspiration, challenging limited identity while opening possibilities for connection with something vastly larger than individual existence. This contemplation creates potential for both overwhelming insignificance and expanded identity that transcends ordinary boundaries of self. Modern scientific understanding has exponentially expanded the scope of cosmic perspective available to contemporary consciousness. Where previous generations contemplated cosmos measured in thousands of years and visible stars, we now recognize billions of years and galaxies, creating unprecedented context for considering human existence. The happiest humans appear to be those who have integrated rather than avoided this cosmic perspective, finding meaning not despite, but through recognition of our simultaneously tiny and extraordinary place in this vast unfolding. Neither inflating human importance beyond proportion nor dismissing its genuine significance, they discover balanced perspective that honors both cosmic scale and human meaning. This cosmic dimension suggests that complete happiness involves developing relationship with existence that transcends purely human scales of concern. By periodically expanding awareness to cosmic perspective, while returning to human scale with renewed appreciation, we access forms of meaning unavailable through either cosmic overwhelm or human scale limitation alone. Part 99. The Ultimate Balance. Throughout our exploration, we have encountered numerous polarities that consciousness must integrate rather than resolve in favor of either extreme. From thinking and feeling to individual and collective, from stability and growth to freedom and commitment, human happiness appears to emerge not from maximizing certain dimensions, but from their dynamic balance. This balance does not represent static compromise, but rather dynamic integration that honors the unique contributions of apparent opposites. The happiest humans appear to be those who develop capacity for fluid movement between complementary aspects of consciousness rather than rigid fixation on particular modes regardless of context. Western philosophical traditions have often emphasized resolution through either-or thinking, seeking definitive answers that prioritize certain values or perspectives over others. Eastern traditions, conversely, frequently recognize the limitations of dualistic thinking and seek both an integration that transcends apparent contradictions. Contemporary complexity theory suggests that living systems generally thrive at the edge of chaos, the creative boundary between excessive order that prevents adaptation and excessive disorder that prevents coherence. Human consciousness likewise appears to flourish at this dynamic edge, integrating structure and flexibility, individual and collective, thinking and feeling through balanced rather than exclusive development. The wisdom that emerges from our exploration suggests neither definitive conclusions nor resigned uncertainty, but rather ongoing creative engagement with these fundamental tensions. Perhaps happiness itself represents not static achievement, but dynamic balance continuously recreated through conscious integration of life's inevitable polarities. This balanced perspective suggests that happiness emerges not from resolving, but from skillfully dancing with the creative tensions inherent in human existence. By developing capacity for this dynamic integration rather than seeking illusory resolution, we access forms of happiness, characterized by wholeness rather than fragmentation, inclusion rather than exclusion, both and rather than either/or. Part 100. The Ongoing Journey. As we conclude this exploration of consciousness and happiness, perhaps the most fitting final insight is that no conclusion could adequately capture the extraordinary journey through which human awareness continuously unfolds. Unlike investigations that reach definitive endpoints, our inquiry into consciousness reveals endless depths that invite ongoing exploration rather than final resolution. This recognition itself represents a profound shift in relationship with the question of happiness, from problem requiring solution to mystery, inviting contemplation. The happiest humans appear to be those who have embraced this lifelong journey of consciousness exploration as itself a primary source of meaning and fulfillment, rather than merely means to happiness as separate destination. Throughout human history, wisdom traditions have recognized that the deepest happiness emerges not from arriving at final answers, but from authentic engagement with life's fundamental questions. It is the quality of our relationship with these questions, rather than definitive resolution, that ultimately determines the character of our contentment. Perhaps the distinctive gift and challenge of human consciousness lies precisely in this capacity for ongoing inquiry into its own nature and potential. Unlike simpler awareness content with direct experience, our minds continuously question, explore, and develop through relationship with the mystery of existence itself. As we complete this particular exploration, we return to our original question with deeper appreciation for its complexity and importance. Has the human mind made us happier than our animal relatives? Perhaps the truest answer is that it has made happiness itself a conscious journey, rather than merely an automatic state, transforming simple contentment into the profound adventure of consciousness, discovering itself through the very question of what happiness might mean. In this ongoing journey lies the ultimate invitation of human consciousness. Not to arrive at final destination, but to continue exploring with ever-deepening awareness the extraordinary mystery of being itself, finding fulfillment not despite, but through the very questions that make us distinctively human.